Não sei porquê, mas sempre chove quando estou numa missão. Meu nome é Lan. Sou um assassino de guia. Meu alvo dessa vez é uma criança chamada KAW. Ela me salvou. Ela não deve ter ideia de quem eu sou. Uma ilha deserta. Parece que vamos ficar aqui por um tempo. Naquele dia eu percebi como estava vivendo nas sombras. E que só um pouquinho de luz dava uma nova perspectiva para tudo. Eu matei inúmeras pessoas na minha vida. Já era hora de chegar a minha vez. Não é tão ruim. Mas me sinto exausto. Olha, parece que a chuva parou. Que bonito.
O Mecha ficou doido!
Parece mais um trabalho pra mim. Cadê você?
Ai, não. Não podem me ver aqui.
O quê? Pelas costas? Que vergonha! Ainda tem alguém aqui. Ei! Fica tranquilo, tá sob controle.
Ai, que burra!
Deixa comigo!
Tem que sair daqui!
Ei, é perigoso aqui, vai!
Ah, não! Tudo bem, eu tô bem aqui!
Lata velha! Você ainda tá aqui? Vai! Anda, foge!
Mas... Eu vou te enfrentar!
Yi, você não deve se importar. Se sua lança partir, não é ela que te torna uma heroína. O que faz?
O que faz?
De um herói um herói.
De um herói, um herói. É a luz em seu coração. Uma luz brilhante que queima mesmo sem fogo. Fogo selvagem! Ai, que irado! Eu consegui fazer um fogo selvagem! Que irado! Eu consegui!
Fogo! Ah, não! Eu tô pegando fogo!
Eu fiz a fogo! Eu fiz!
Não machuquem ela. Só peguem o Mecha.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is a live stream of Honor of Kings Asian Wave event. I'm today's caster, Nora.
And I am the caster, Anway. Welcome to today's game.
And welcome to my new partner. Join us to cast the season 2 of Honor of Kings Asian Wave event.
Yep, absolutely. It is an honor to join, and definitely, like after watch game Group A yesterday, do look forward for Group B tonight.
Yeah, you mentioned about a really crucial information that yesterday we were having the matchups between Group A and actually it ended up all with 2-0 clean wins. But today we're just gonna jump into Group B and we're gonna face 4 new teams join our Season 2.
Yep, and we do see these 4 new teams actually came from different countries. We have BSE from Malaysia, Glock from Korea, MP from Laos, and DE from Nepal. And we actually experienced P and DE from other games before.
True. So actually, we're quite familiar with those players from D and P, and I do believe that they know each other quite well too. And also mention about a familiarity. We definitely need to highlight these 2 teams, MAH and Fano. They play against each other back into Season 1, and it all ends up with MAH 2-0 win against Fano.
Yep, but however, like the reason they are in Group B is very much because like from last season they ranked number 7 and number 8, and they are now with the 4 new teams to compete to see whether they can who will get rank 1 and rank 2 for Group B.
And I would say experience would be the thing that they got. Because, you know, when we are now casting the matchups between Group B, things going to be totally different because they are facing the pressure caused by the points. We know that this season, actually, our format changed a lot. We will divide our regular season into 2 different phases. And for the first round, for teams in Group B, they definitely need to vie for the top 2 in Group B to gain for the ticket to attending that promotion and relegation.
Yep, exactly. And the pressure actually, I do think, came from those 4 new teams. Because we do somehow see those 4 new teams. Probably some of them will become like dark horses, and then they all of a sudden got in the first place.
And we mentioned about if you're gonna play against those new faces, actually your lack of information. You do not have any homework that you can do,
Absolutely,
no statistics, no histories. So actually that's gonna also be such a pressure to these 2 teams, Fano and MNH too. And this time, again, we're gonna break it down a little bit about our team data comparisons. Because these 2 teams, actually, they are really into those team fight for Season 1.
Yep, and the overall participation in group fights is actually a lot. Sometimes I feel like it's more like MMORPG game. It's not like a tower game, like a MOBA game anymore. So we do look forward to see how they will play for today, and also how much they actually learn from KPL teams previously.
True. Because we know that the patch changed a lot, and from yesterday's matchup, we can see a lot of teams. Actually, they were still in that kind of circulation about, okay, we're gonna just hide in our comfort zone, go for that classic 2 core player systems. But some of the teams, for example, like Impunity or Nova Esports, actually they're quite suitable, and they already made their adaptation to this new patch. So I'm wondering, will these 2 teams do the same thing, or they're just gonna stick to their old plans?
Yeah, so it's very much about how those 2 familiar teams with each other, how they can actually play against each other. And we can have some estimations who probably will win tonight. From previously, when I did the some of the homework, I do think probably FL will have some better opportunities to win. Not sure about that. Yeah.
Then I'm just gonna stand for MAH.
Yeah, right.
Due to the history statistics, I always say MAH, they win against Fano twice with a 2-0.
Yeah,
So
right.
I would say MNH might get the upper hand. I'll put my
Yeah.
money on MNH.
Well, it really depends on how Fano is going to do the homeworks to against MAH, and also like from yesterday, as you mentioned, they all 2-0 straight down the line. So
True.
let's see whether we might have like a one-on-one match today, like on the scoreboard.
I still remember that when I was casting that season 1, in the previous stage of our regular season, actually all of those games all end up with a 2-0.
Yep.
And when it went over a little bit, maybe to the late stage, some of those ties can be seen. So let's see. Just dive right into our very first matchup to see what kind of fan pick drop scene that they're going to offer to us. MAH on the blue side, Fano on the red.
Yep, and MAH got the first ban on Sun Bing, like to prevent some of the PH game, like from his some of the skill sets, and then Fano actually banned a marksman, which is Gongsun Li, and then also we can see MAH is pretty much putting the pressures on the support positions, so probably they want to give Fennel more of a pressure on the hero pools to pick up support, and at the end for the first round of ban pick, other than Gongsun Li, they got Sabong Si on the ban picks.
I would say MAH on the blue side, actually they did a lot of targeting bans. Because due to those histories, actually Fano is really in favor of Sun Bing and also Zhang Fei.
Yeah.
Because the strategy that Fano always have would be playing around their marksman, which would be Aza. Here's a really interesting that I want to share with you guys, because the Fano that showcases in season 1 that was really dazzling, their marksman Aza using that Alexio and complete a quadra kill. But after that, it seems like Fano has been through a lot of ups and downs, so that's maybe a problem that they need to solve.
Yeah, they have to consider about those, and very interesting picks because from the both teams they got Zhao Huizhen and they have Goya. So both of the heroes are actually new heroes in the very recent days. So when they picked up Tai Yi, I was actually thinking they might have Sun Shangxiang as the marksmen, but they actually got Goya, and I do look forward to see how they will play.
Yeah, I mean, like Sun Shangxiang plus that Chai Junior would be a really popular and prevalent pick. Those duo is really workable. But for KAW would be one of those marksmen who can do great job during the laning phase. So I guess maybe Fano, they try to highlight their marksman again and try to let Aza to leading the laning phase and try to gain a winning lane.
Yep, and for MAH, they got the marksman is actually pretty dangerous in this particular game because they have Xiaoming, Ming Shi, which is not a strong, like a tanky support at the back to help out with the marksman.
True. Actually, the reason for MNH to take out this kind of duo at the farming lane is like they try to do it toe-to-toe. We mentioned about how strong KA is during the laning phase, and for MNH, they pick out this Garo with long attacking range and plus this main, which also means they're just gonna be really, really strong at the bottom.
And also we can see on the second round of ban pick, they for MAH they got those two mid-lane heroes, on the band, and also actually both sides they all banned the mid lanes, so it's like let's look forward for it.
Well, I would say it's because they already known each other quite well. So for MAH, they just did a lot of targeting ban, we can say. First, they targeting at their support, and then they ban away those comfortable heroes for Dragon, because Dragon used Yixin and Zhao Jun several times. And for Female, they did the same thing, just ban away all those mages as a response. But, if we take a overview towards this comp, I would say Fano, their comp would be much more solid because like for MAH, first they need to make sure that the duo at the bottom means Garo and Main definitely need to play proactively. They need to shred down some HP upon this Tai or this KAW. Or things would go into another way. For example, like Fano, they can just flex their Zhou ups and downs and try to, you know, just pushing forward, taking down all of those towers.
Yeah, for well, the game is about to start. Probably we can see how their actions will be during the game. But what I consider, what I worry about is probably Xiaohou, because Fano got Xiaohou to play as jungler, so probably it will pose a severe threat to the marksmen on the opposite side.
True. Xiaohou and also Zhou Yu would be the key point from Fano. These two heroes need to roam a lot. They can't just, you know, keep farming up in the jungles or keep just stick to the mid lane. On the other side, actually Fano needs to roam a lot. So let's see what kind of strategy and what kind of execution that these two teams gonna bring to us.
Yeah, the
new game.
The execution is like 4 people together to gang up.
5 people
that
actually.
Is the first blood, like 25 seconds for first blood.
Well, you know, like yesterday, I forgot it was Infinity or Nova. Actually, they did exactly the same thing. Because if you guys are watching games from KPL region, you know that actually for Wuhan Esports Pro, they did the same thing, you know, for the first round. Yeah, because like main, this hero would be really dominating before like level 4. So he just, you know, flash in and drag 1 people back, got a clean first blood.
So the thing, like, it is actually a really good strategy for Thanos to do, because in the very beginning they can provide such a high pressure on the on MAH.
And I would say MAH, they totally didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen. I mean, like MAH, they never thought that Fano they would fight people just gathering around for that very first opening set.
Yep.
So MAH, they need to back up a little bit.
Yeah, the thing is that like this, like to play with such a surprise is actually a good thing for Fano, because as you mentioned, before MAH actually had a better win percentage compared with Fano. So in this way, they can actually show their aggressions in the game.
And I would say Fano is totally well prepared to play against MNH, and now they are on purpose trying to steal away this blue buff and try to do some reservation.
Yep, so like in this way, plus like the problem with Zhao Huizhen to play as jungler, it is because somehow it is quite slow compared with Xiaohou. And also for the only probably advantages for Zhao Huizhen is because the immunity on skills as well, but however the speed is relatively slow.
True. And not even mentioned to, like in this patch actually Zhao Huizhen's early damage has been debuffed a little bit. On the other hand, for Xiaohou, like his second ability allow him to do true damage towards all those neutral resources. So definitely Xiaohou has a faster speed.
And the second, you can see the second round of buff is coming up. So Xiaohou, like on the minimap, you can see Xiaohou is already having the red buff a bit quicker than Zhao Huizhen, and also on the gold set, like the gold board, Zhao Huizhen is relatively lesser compared with Xiaohou at the moment. So probably Xiaohou will provide a threat now, and we can see on the minimap Xiaohou is going down to the bot lanes.
Trying to do some nice gank, and they're just trying to play around this Oza and let him to do those constant output and get back. It will directly goes to the 4-minute mark. So for Fano, everything went so well for them.
Well, to be honest, for MAH, they are actually quite lucky on this round because it's not yet 4 minutes. That's why the shield, the protected shield for the turrets, is still existed. Otherwise, probably the first turrets will be pulled up by Thanos at the bot
True.
lanes.
You know, I would say that's something to do with the lineup. Because if we scrutinize the lineups again, we would say Fano actually they just keep almost the same players. Like what they did in season 1, but for MAH actually they changed a little bit. They just keep several core players, but the coordination seems not to be that tight. Since you know they are totally like new groups, so they need time to like warm up a little bit.
Exactly, and also that's what we said before, because they had such a pressure at the bot lanes, and now they have the advantages. And also, before we actually saw the good thing about Mayane as a new hero, because it can actually immune quite a lot of damage from the opposite opponents.
It's really interesting to talk about this hero because like last time when we were casting season 1, Mayane was totally a new hero, you know, she just appeared in the middle of that event, I guess, and MAH actually was the first team to use that Mayane. Yeah, to play as a jungler actually, because at that time people do not really have a clear mind about how they're gonna use that Mayane, how they're gonna flex it. So actually MAH was the first team to use it and play as a jungler. Though they didn't win with that Mayane, but still they just put their names in our event. We are the first team, you can title it to use a new hero. And also you see like this time MAH are always just gonna be really creative and they are really brave to try new things. For example, this time they take out this Alien. Alien also gonna be a new hero.
Yeah, it is a new hero, like one of the most recent heroes. However, the problem is we don't really see, because MAH, they are in downwing at the moment, so they are not exactly using Alien as effective as we imagined.
True. So I guess the story is just gonna be rewrite again for MAH, because we can see actually MAH members are caught by Fano one by one. We can see like if we scrutinize our minimap again, we would say Fano they always just be set in units. They always try to move, rotate in groups and try to do a lot of ganks with numbers advantage.
Yes. So that's the thing, right? What happened is at the moment for either Overlord and also Tyrant have already controlled by Fano. So, and also you can see how Fano is trying to constantly gank up on
they try to close out the game. I guess double qual has already been completed by Ozza. Again, every time when this player was on the battlefield, he's always gonna be the most shining one.
Yeah, they have the dragons to help them, and it is very dangerous for MAH on the tier 2 turrets. Because Zhou is pushing like aggressively in the mid lanes, and also the very much the 3 lanes are actually in a pro situations for Fano at the moment.
Well, that's gonna be very serious situation for MAH to deal with, because we mentioned about this comp. Actually, they need to gain themselves some winning lanes, and that's the main reason why they take out this Garo and main duo at the bottom. However, we can see what's happening right now on the map. Actually, MAH, their jungles has constantly been invaded by Fano. And also, like we mentioned about the coordination again and again, maybe it's because of those new players, they are not that quite familiar with the speed, with the tempo of this game. So we can see they're just trying to play reactively. And now another team fight just happening at the bottom again, and we can see KAW with this red buff on him. Ozza was just playing so freely.
Yeah, exactly. And also the problem is as MAH is trying to be very creative and advantage. However, we do see the downwind it appears when it's like this, because for MAH they don't really have like a tanky hero to take up the damage from the opposite team, like from Fano. But if you look at Fano, they have Xiaohodun, they have Tai Yi to help out with the to take on the damage and bear on those damage.
True. Not even mention to the gold difference. You can see like 5,000 gold lead goes to Fano. So that also means Shahoden would be really maybe like too tanky enough for MAH to deal with. And Alia break his ulti, try to get his hand on his Aza, but Aza just using his versatility and speed up, get away, nice dodge, and even take this Alien down.
Yup, and that is the tanky Xiaohodun you just mentioned about a couple minutes ago.
Yeah.
Took on the damage and then leave the battleground.
I would say like what's happening right now would be really painful for MAH, you know, because the damage down, or we can see like the burst damage would be enough. Actually, the initiation would be quite great, and that's the reason why they take out this Xishu. But Xishu would be one of those mage would be really weak if they fall behind, because Xishu won't be able to clean up all those waves.
Exactly. Like the only thing like Sisu can do is push away the hero.
Yeah,
they cannot help with the lanes.
Yeah, but the problem is the only hero that she can get exacts on, that would be that tanky Xiaohodun.
Yep,
you know, it's a passive hazard.
Right, so the second turret, no, wow, that is a good team fight. Back and forward.
Yeah, and actually from this kind of skirmish, Fano missed one charge to take down that Dark Tyrant, and that will give MH some time. But due to the superiority that Fano has, they can just, you know, take it again.
And therefore, like the both teams are trying to, one trying to get the Dark Tyrant, and then the second side wants to get the Overlord. However, in this way, it is actually very dangerous for them now.
Well, they make it. They did a Dragon Trade, but Fano would be like, alright, you're gonna pay with your life. Everyone tried to do some deep invasions, and the battlefield just being divided into two different parts, and it ended up with a 1-2 trade.
And now, like, as you say, like the battlefield divided into two, and I think what Fano really need to be concerned is that they need to be hurried to push the high ground turret. Otherwise, probably after 15 minutes, when Garo's all skill sets and also the gold is enough, then the damage will be unstoppable.
True. I totally agree with you because we can clearly see that Fano actually they have been slowed down. Yeah. They definitely have been slowed down because like they tried to take out all of those high ground tower, but they didn't manage their waves in like a clever way. You know, they didn't manage all those 3 lanes to arriving at the high ground tower simultaneously. So actually MAH, they can just 5 people together and try to clean up all those waves one by one.
Exactly, and what happened is they need to be concerned of the situation, because as we can see, for Garo on MAH, they are all trying to give the gold to Garo, to let Garo to be farmed in a more effective way. So if in this situation, as I just said, like 15 minutes later, we don't really know who will actually be in advantages.
And just like what you mentioned about, actually Garo made her Daybreaker just now. So that also means that the damage level would be jump up into a totally different level for MAH right now. So actually the execution of this comp just gonna be much more easier for MAH. They can just make sure that Garo always gonna be safe and comfortable and let her to do the output. Just like this one, another chaotic skirmishes, and MAH, it seems like they're doing a great job.
Yep. So that is the thing. You see, when we estimate that Xiaoho will take on the damage in the very front line. However, when Xiaoho goes in and then Garo got protected in a very good way, then Xiaoho cannot cut at the back, and nobody can actually help him. If Garo got enough damage, Xiaoho probably cannot leave the battlefield that easy compared with before.
I would say Fano, I thought that they changed a lot, compared to their performance back into Season 1. And it's basically because the opening set they did a great job, right? It's just like they really made a nice setup and win themselves that kind of lead in the early game. But the problem is again when the time comes to the 10 minutes mark. Well, let's see, something is happening right now on the battlefield, and Garo, she's really safe and comfortable, so she can just using his arrow and constantly doing those output damage, and that's the thing that we were mentioning about.
Yep, and that is what happened. Like, has Garo at the back constantly giving damage, like to be a really good ADC at the back, and also got Dragon and Avialis out of the field. So at the same time, Garo, you can see how protected she is at the back, and how fast the attack can be from Garo. Also continue to farm everywhere.
Yeah, and they just let Shisha to play as a utility mage, just using her versatility, try to detect all of those bushes to make sure that Garo is just going to be safe. Because we mentioned about MH, actually they do not have a tank technically, so they can just use all of those abilities to detect whether there's enemies around or not.
Absolutely. Like, see, that is how that is like at the end we have to see how quick can Fano go straight down to the back to cut on to have a cut on Garo. Otherwise, you know, nothing can be happen. And also, like, this is the group fights that we look forward.
But the problem is the Vanguards didn't enter into that tower, into that tier 2 tower. So, you know, I do feel that Fino is kind of lost right now in the game, or they are kind of lost back maybe like 10 or 8 minutes ago.
Yep.
After they win themselves a goal difference, and they're kind of not be that kind of like decisive. Again, my name tried to kick Garo back, but it was a little bit overcommitted. Not to mention to try you can't absorb in all of those first damage. Yeah.
Like, to be honest, if they not using Xiaohodun to change Xiaohodun to a monkey, probably will be better in this way.
If we're doing our own ranking, I would say I still go with a nice choice. Well, let's see, my name. She's
at the back.
Yeah, she's really sneaky and got a really nice one. Drag Garo back and try to take her hand on this. She has been taken down, but what about Garo? Garo still be that alive, standing strongly, and with this main final, they end up with a 2-3. I would say they lost this skirmish.
Oh my god, this is, you know, for Fano, they should really, you know, end the game before 10 minutes. Otherwise, you know, this is what happened at the end. They don't really,
Yeah, I mean, like, we can just take our goal difference as an example, right? Maybe like 8 minutes ago, we mentioned about Fano, they got such a gap, right? Significant goal difference, goal lead,
like more than 5k, more than 5k of goal lead.
But now, we can see like MH, they make a really decent comeback. And now it's gonna be the time for MH to counterattack.
Yep. And also you can see somehow, like, probably this is the understanding of the hero. Especially for Zhou Yu. Like, when Dragon using Zhou Yu to get the skill sets out. Well, anyway, let's check on the group fights first.
Olian keep chasing, because now Juan knows that MH would play more proactively. They won't be afraid of any damage out, as long as Garo would be safe.
Wow, Garo is very much cleaning up and all the wild animals, and also the blue buff and red buff. And you see she actually leave like no chance for Fano to farm.
I would say Fano actually they should play in a more decisive way.
Yeah.
Once they got such a great way, they reclaim the Dark Tyrants, and that will offer them extra damage down. And it seems like it just irritate MAH. They tried to fight back, and Zhao Huajun just came in, did a really nice absorbing damage, and everyone trying to find out this Garo. Let's just see like Main try to sneak into the rear, but the problem is every single player was playing around this Garo, treat him just like a princess for MAH.
Yep. A very sweet and blessed princess by the teammate.
Like, the second when they spot Main was there, try to, you know, take the responsibility as a assassin. They tried to guard this Garo, and now Garo has been surrounded.
Garo is down.
4-on-1. Garo was down, less than a chance for Fano. Chasing for another one, take down the Sishi, and they make a really nice counter attack, and there's Minion Waves on the top. I would say this is gonna be the time for Fano to take at least one of those high ground towers.
Exactly, because there's still like more than about 30 seconds for the
Yeah.
other two to come out.
And
This is
Garo
the
was
chance for
absent,
them.
there's no damage can be seen from MAH's side. So Fano, they tried to close out the game, but the Minion Wave has been slain for the first round, and Zhao Huajun did a really nice job. Take down this Zhao Huajun, this really tanky one, and now they try to fight back due to this high ground tower. KAW was the only one who's alive from Fano's side, and not even mentioned to Alien. Alien would just be a monstrous, still chasing on this Oza. Though Oza got the resurrection and come back to life, but she has been taken down twice by this Alien.
And this is very dangerous for Fano now, because only Zhou Yu alive to
Things will
guard.
be totally different. A lot of back and forth this can be seen right now. I would say maybe this is it. Well, MAH, they made a really nice counter attack. Zhou Yu can't guard his crystal. He takes one person down, but that was a 1-1 trade. She's waiting for this Shaolin to come back to life. Shaolin try his best, try to clean up those waves, but that's gonna be the end, and victory goes to MAH.
A huge congratulations to MAH. Such a good fight back. We actually thought Fano got the chance, but at the end, you know, it's all turned back.
Wow, that turn back was splendid, because MAH, they go such a long way. Like from the very first minute, right? We mentioned about the first blood has been taken by Fano before 1 minute, and MAH was totally outplayed by Fano, and they actually has been suppressed for over like 10 minutes, but finally they make it.
Yeah, exactly. Like MAH actually played actually act a really prudent play. They play so stable. You know, in this way, they are not hurried at all. Like those patience, I think it is what we call experience from season 1, like from like what happened before. And also at the end, we can see Alien took a lot of damage, and also they play also patiently, even with the high ground tower got pulled out by Fano, and they waited for for
KAW,
for KAW to come out. So at the end, you know, such a nice play, wonderful play, and let's see how Fano is preparing themselves for the next game to see whether we can see a one-on-one tonight.
I would say probably we're gonna win this a tie tonight, because like I was kind of worried about MAH, to be honest, right? For the beginning, for the opening stat, it seems like MAH, they are not that well prepared to play against Fano. Maybe they're a little bit overconfident because we mentioned about the history that MAH win against Fano twice with a 2-0, so maybe they lowered their guard a little bit. And also we mentioned about the lineup actually has been changed a little bit, right? The rotation can be seen from MAH, so I'm a little bit worried about their coordination. Especially in the early mid-game, it seems like they're totally separated, and everyone just minding their own business. But finally, they just using their mechanics and also their resilience, and did that nice return.
And let's see the dashboard, and it is actually a very good play. And like for the dashboards for MAH is actually very balanced out.
It's basically because we know that MH they fall behind a little bit, so every single fight was a 5 versus 5 victim fight.
Yep. And back like to the use of the hero, I actually found it very interesting when Dragon from Fano, when he is using Zhou Yu, like whenever he is plays out the fires from Zhou Yu, he did not put Zhou Yu into the fire. And we have the MVP Hua with Alien. Congratulations to him.
Do you know this Alien I would say like the last team fight, because it was happened on the top high ground tower from MH side, and Alien was just like irritated, you know, he was like being really furious, and he constantly chasing all of those core players down,
all the way,
make the long way all the way down to like the mid high ground tower from Fano's side.
Yeah, exactly, like all the way chasing Goya like down. So that was actually really interesting.
And maybe it's because the last team fight after Garo has been taken down, Garo was solely absent from the last team fight.
Yeah.
So main was there, and just using his tech ability and link on this, Alien offer him extra like a defense and also extra damage out. Just let this Alien to be the secret weapon.
Yeah, and also to be honest, like for Alien as a hero, he got immunity, and also he can actually stun with his ultimate skill set. So I think like for a lot of team now actually favoring this hero, but we do want to see how other teams can play as a counteractions towards this hero in the future.
Yeah, we definitely need to name 2 or 3 OP heroes in this patch on the top lane, and that would be Alien, Main, and also Byron.
Yep,
These 3 heroes definitely gonna be the most OP one.
Yep. And also you can see like on the replay, like the game replay, whenever Zhou Yu is placing the fire, he is not within the fire. Then that's the problem. Like Zhou Yu cannot regain the HP as efficiently, and that's why Zhou Yu actually you know, did not play as his advantages during the game.
I totally agree with you. Like the preset of Fano wouldn't be enough, because when you're playing with the Shoji, you need to preset all of those fireballs, to preset all of those damage out, to make sure that every single enemy will step on your fires and just taking in all of those poking damage. And also, you know, the key point about why Fano lost this game, I would say maybe it's because they're not decisive. That kind of decisive in the mid game. After they gaining such a great gap with that goal difference, we mentioned about how tanky like that Xiaohodun was, and also how dominating that KAW was. But Fano didn't utilizing their advantages, try to take at least 1 high ground tower down. Instead, they just fall behind a little bit, and I don't know why they played much more like reactively after they gained such a great superiority.
Exactly, and this is how Alien chased all the way down to the high ground tower, and at the end, such a nice play, you know, from the MAH.
MH has been waiting for that last hit for such a long time, because we know that they actually just be suppressed. Actually, like maybe 3. Like half of the map was under control of Fano after 2 minutes or 5 minutes, right? And also Fano just keep pressing on their farming lanes, and let Garo to be interrupted a lot by her farming pace. So I always say Fano, they did a really great job for the opening set or for all of those, you know, plans. But the problem is you need to close out the game, you know? You need to be decisive.
Yeah,
it's not enough to just win the upper hand. You need to win the game.
It's like otherwise, like 12 minutes later, like all the things will turn back against them.
True.
It's just not good in this way. And also, like probably we do need to mention, because sometimes we do see when players do the ban picks, especially on the hero pools, they have a different understandings compared with KPL teams. So probably I think in a way, other teams like our international teams can actually have a thorough learning and understanding of each heroes. Otherwise, just as we mentioned, to use Zhou Yu as an example, if the fire is not covered with the enemies, and also Zhou Yu is not within the fire, then no damage, no HP gaining. That is it's meaningless to use Zhou Yu in this way.
Yeah. I totally agree with you. It's just like, actually it goes two different ways, I would say. Because that was a really interesting topic, we can break it down a little bit. If these teams, they are confident enough with their own heroes, with their own strategies, it's totally okay to, pick out all of those, most confident hero and try to shine a little bit, try to showcase a little bit. It's totally acceptable. But the problem is you need to be 100% sure that you can win against your enemies by using that kind of unique strategies. And on the other side, if you just want to go for more safe choices, maybe learn something from KPL teams, learn something from those current meta strategies or meta picks would be more safe choice.
Yep. And second round of ban picks now, we do see Gong Sun Li and Goya on the ban list for Fennel, and then Shen Mengxi and Sun Bing on MAH side. So very much similar to the first game of ban picks.
Yeah. So MAH, they just take away this Lady Sun. Maybe they just trying to pair it up with the Saiger classic one.
Yep,
no more
classic.
explanations, I guess, because we've been explaining about this rule again and again back into season 1.
Alright, and for Lady Sun and also Tai Yi, is actually a really set combination started in the very beginning of Honor of the Kings as a mobile game.
Yeah.
And then now if we can see for Fennel, we have their picks is also very protective in a way.
And that's something related to the topic that we are just discussing, that for Fennel, they try to use the meta strategy. We always say Zhao Jun and this Zhao Huaizhen would complete quite nice combo, those kind of frozen and also like initiation from Huaizhen's first ability led him to do a really nice engagement. And also Byron, we name it to the top 3 OP heroes, OP confront laners right now. So I always say Fennel, they just try to do it all in since we're doing best of 2. So no more concern about your hero pools. You don't need to worry about whether I'm gonna waste my heroes or something like that. So they just take it all in.
And second round of ban picks, MAH is banning Garo, yes, and then also Luban from the other for the other team. And then for Fennel, they took away Kai and also Xia Houdun from the probably can be jungle, can be support, and can be tanky. So it is actually a very good choice to ban those 3.
I do like the strategy that Fennel is doing right now for their draft, because they ban away a lot of heroes on purpose. They're targeting on MAH's core heroes, I would say, because for MAH, they do need a tanky frontliner since they take out this Mine as the top laner. So MAH, they have no way to go but take out this Monkey, and Monkey would be quite
we have Monkey or not.
Nice.
Oh no!
This Monkey would be that Monkey.
Alright. Sorry about that. I thought Monkey is playing the confront lane and then got Monkey out to play jungle. But
who knows? Actually, who knows? Because we know that MH, the first time when they were trying to use that main, they flex it to be the jungler.
Yeah.
We just have our stereotypes towards this hero right now, because in this patch, basically everyone just flexes it to play as a top laner.
Yep. And let's see. And also, okay, we have Mankey to play the jungle.
Yeah, Monkey, when this hero is playing this jungle, it would be a really nice tanky hero, you know, to build up the front liner and also offer a slight control ability by using her ulti. But the problem is, Monkey needs time to farm up to, you know, build up some items to make sure that she would be tanky enough in the mid.
Exactly, and also from the jungle's perspective for Monkey, after the remake of this hero, like I don't see that much team will use it to play jungle. So
Yeah.
we do look forward to see the performance of it. And then we see Zhao Huaizhen is once again on the jungle positions, but that is opposite like from the other side is actually from Fano. So we do see it is a very aggressive team set lineup, and then playing a very protective lineup, and see who will get the games, you know, get the winning of this game.
Yeah, actually, like both teams, they have their own understanding towards the patch, and also they have their own strategies in their games. And the thing is how they're gonna execute their comp, and that's it. The problem, the thing would be whoever had a great understanding, great execution with their comp will have the higher winning rate. So let's dive right into match 2. MH already got 1 wins in their hand, and see Fano if they can make a comeback or not.
And if you look at how Fano is coming out from the pistol, actually 4 of them running in the same lane to see whether it is possible. But you know, MAH this time is clever now, so they are not going to let Fano get the use the same tricks to treat them once again.
Yeah, you could never fall down twice at the same place. For MH, definitely they got the awareness about the opening set from Fano. And also for Fano, this comp, after they taken out this Monya to play as the marksman, I would say Fano, they really need to hurry up. Like the time, the clock is ticking for Fano. Once you take out this Monya, you really need to, you know, using your pushing strategy. Actually, Fano, they just using, actually they're taking out the similar strategy that what they used for matchup 1. But the problem is, while they make the same goal difference, just like what they did from match 1, and while they be more decisive to, you know, pushing forward, marching towards and taking out all the towers.
To be honest, it's more difficult for Thanos to get the goal lead. Although we have Byron's on the front lane, he does has the advantages in the very beginning of the game. However, from the opposite side, MAH got Tai to stay around Lady Sun. Then Lady Sun's goal will be a lot more effective compared with Monya on the other side.
True. And actually we can get a small review for our match 1, because we know that the reason for Fano to have such a great lead is basically because they got the first one, right? But this time, they need to fight. They need to fight for their lead, and that would be a really nice game.
Yep, and then this brilliant game has made happen by Fano and took Yixing out from the game in the beginning. So in this way, like Zhao Huaizhen can actually go into the jungle to clean the blue buff from the from MAH. However, they do not realize that Mankey is actually cleaning up their jungles.
Try to do some trades, you know, try to do some constellation effort, and wow, that's what we were talking about. Byron, without any HP lost, got a solo kill.
Yep, that is a really good kill from Byron.
Yeah, that's why we call it like Byron would be the most OP hero right now in the current patch. And actually, I do like the rotation and the synergy that I can see from Fano, especially in the early game. I mean, the early game set was quite smooth and also clear. from
Yep.
Fano's side. The problem is, every time when they gain themselves the priority, how they're gonna solidify their advancement. Nice catch again, take down this Ishin, but Byron has been sacrificed, so that's gonna be a 1-1 trade.
Yep, Byron has been stuck under the tower and then took all the damage from the tower, unfortunately on that. And with Byron is out from the game and also 4 minutes, now is the 4 minutes mark, then the protective shield of the turret has disappeared. So let's see who will have the turret advantages started from this point in time.
So as for Fano, it's gonna be the great sign for them to pushing forward. They can just let Zhao Jun and also Meng Ya to rotate together and let Zhao Jun to land her ulti, try to block away all of those enemies and create the setting for Meng Ya to take out those towers.
Yep, so far, like around 5 minutes now, Fano's performance has been actually very smooth and just like last game. But what I'm really concerned is that also just like last game, after like 8 minutes or 10 minutes, when the marksman from MAH has already been grown up, and the damage from Lady Sun is something that cannot be underestimated.
True. I would say MH, they are quite conservative players. Every time, actually MH, they are not hurried in to do something, especially in the earlier mid stage. On the other side, actually they try to, find the correct moment, just like this one. By people gathering around, try to do a really decent gank on 2 people and even take down this milling tower. Just see like the way that how MH is playing right now is that they never rush into any time.
Yep.
They just wait, be patient, find the exactly nice moment, and just let one hit to bring them a good hit.
And also, like,
Red team
I think
has
the
destroyed
sense
a turret.
from MAH is actually better, because you can see whenever they got a kill from whenever they get a kill, they will straight go to the lanes ahead of them to bring out the minions and also to be advantages on the lane.
Yeah. And also, it seems like MX, they fully trust their marksmen because they just feed all of those resources to this Lady Sun. Not even mention to Tai would always be there, just using her passive and try to let Lady Sun to have even more gold.
Yep, Lady Sun, she is the princess, just like in history
So
of
it's
the
not-
Three Kingdoms.
That's nothing to do with nothing to do with what kind of hero that he's playing. It's because basically because Ban Ban would be the princess from MH, right?
She has always been the princess. Right, but anyway, like in this, it's almost 7 minutes now. As you know, like 8 minutes has always been a very crucial stage for all the for Honor of the King as a really popular game. So we do want to see how the 8 minutes mark will help for the both teams.
The 8 minutes mark, I guess that's gonna be really painful for Fano. Yeah, it seems like this Lady Sun has really nice items, and also we mentioned about the way, the pathing of this monkey, right? Monkey never been taken down even for once, and she even tried to do some early evasion, do some resources trade. So we can see like Fano, they try really hard to take some damage on this monkey, but what else can I say? Yeah, never lost any HP bars.
Yeah, exactly, and we can see Lady Sun, she is on fire.
Yeah. Batman was like, okay, it's gonna be my time, and Ishi's passive has been triggered. It's gonna be the time for Fano to get one kill done, because this Ishin was a bit overstaffed, I would say.
Yep, and also what happened is when Yixing got his ultimate out, and the problem is for him still stayed in the same place, so he did not actually block out the opponents. So actually gave Thanos a very good chance to Yixing out of the game.
Yeah. Ishin might be the weakest hero in this current state from MH comp right now, because he's like not wealthy enough to buy enough magic damage items to do those outputs, and at the same time he wouldn't be tanky enough. And this Tyrant has been claimed by Fennel, which offers them extra damage down, but Monkey just using her ulti and try to roam it in and directly targeting on this Mongya, forcing back.
Yep, and some of them are actually not healthy enough on their HP bar, and then we can see 4 of the MH players are actually trying to gang up on Fennel.
And now we can see like the story is totally different from Fennel comparing to game 1. It's gonna be the 10 minutes mark. I guess every player would be stepped back a little bit because they need to get ready for the spawning crucial epic monsters, which is gonna be the Dark Tyrant and also the Shadow Overlord.
Exactly.
But we can see like the goal difference. 4,000 gold lead goes over to MAH.
Yep, and MAH is all waiting at the Overlord place, and then Monkey and Mankey is trying to get the Dark Tyrant. So if they have like the 2 dragons down, then they will have a really huge advantages to finish this game.
Wow, they managed to take double dragon. And
Exactly,
Byron,
Lady Sun
there's
with a cannonball.
nothing that he can do.
Yes.
Wow, and double dragon has been claimed from MH. I would say that's gonna be such a great news for them.
Yep, and also you can see how good is the current situation for MAH. It's only 1 Tyrant down from the bot lane.
And now, actually, we can do some cooperation between these 2 teams, because we know that the story has been written in 2 different ways. For MAH, after they warmed up a little bit by game 1 and make a really nice comeback this time, they got the gold lead. They got those advantages. We can see like how decisive they are.
Yep, nobody saw Baron.
Byron tried to be sneaky, tried to find a really nice chance, and Lady Sun seems like Ben had no idea would be waiting for her. She would only be really dedicated into taking down all those high ground towers, and Byron flash in, missed the first hit. Ben using her Purify to dodge this game. And now here comes May, flash in, trying to kick someone back. That would be the Zhaojun, and Zhaojun has been dragged back at infectability, and they're trying to send all of the Vanguards into the crystal because MH, they know that they tried to utilize the Vanguard to close out the game. And Ishin breaks it down, but tried to paging 2-person, and May again just jump in and hit back 2-person, and double call goes over to this Lady Sun. Sacrifice himself, but end up with a 3-5 trade. Nice one, ace panel, and sending up all those Vanguards into crystal. Game 2. Congratulations, victory goes to MH again. Another clean 2-0 win against Funnel.
Yep, and from the bet in the very beginning between both of us, congratulations to you. You won like for our bet. And then for MAH like 2-0, and unfortunately we did not see like a one-on-one draw for today.
Yeah, I mean, if we get a quick review towards our first matchup for today in Group B, I would say Funnel, it seems like they did a lot of researches, they did a lot of homework towards their old friends, their old rivals to MAH, but the problem is they didn't solve the problem about how to snowball the game. Again, it's just like what they did in Season 1. They do not have that kind of decisiveness or aggression in the mid-game. So though they can get some, decent leads, but they can't solidify their advantages and try to close out the game. And that kind just offer an edge the chance to be like more proactive and constantly take you down one by one and just snowball the game.
Like for Fennel, they actually provide quite a lot of effective pressure on the marksments and on the farmlands in the beginning. But
Yeah.
however, like after 4 or 5 minutes, we don't really see that pressures putting down continuously. So like they actually gave MAH a really good chance to farm from their farmlands. So this is something I think like a homework they should do, and they should do like a good revision for today's game and see
Yeah.
how they can actually improve and prepare for coming games, because the other teams, like the 4 teams, they don't really have any ideas as they are new teams. So for Fano, I really want to say good luck to them, and please do a good good revision for today's 2 games, although they lost it to MAH.
Yeah, maybe adjust the strategy a little bit, or just thoroughly to execute their own strategy.
Yeah.
Because like they are doing quite great job during the laning phase. The mechanics was totally great, right? They outplayed during the laning phase, but that wouldn't be enough. And this time, MVP goes to Hua. Again, MAH confront laners, claim them MVP twice.
Yep. So we can see how important the confront lane is for MAH, and I think this is a good chance for other teams to check out MAH and then to have a really good counter action plans for Hua in the future game.
So maybe like next time when we're casting games for MNH, we can see their enemies just ban away all of those top laners, right?
Yeah,
The top 3.
Yep.
Main,
No more marksmans.
Byron, and also Alia, you know.
Yeah.
No more options. That's it. We're
So
done.
it's like, yep, for like the ban picks, 4 ban picks for confront lane.
Yeah, because we can see like from today's drafting, actually Fano, they did a lot of targeting ban towards MH mid lane and also support. We would say MH, they did a really nice rotation during the whole game, right? Every single time they were sending in groups, everyone trying to make something happen together. So that's a synergy that we are mentioning about. And I'm sorry about my concern, to them.
Yeah.
It seems like I do not need to worry about this team. They just need time to warm up. They're just going to be a little bit slow, and they're okay. They're fine.
Exactly, and the good thing is that we don't really see MAH is trying to focus in a lot of group fights. They actually play really patient. It's not like before, as I mentioned before the game, like sometimes we see those teams play like change a MOBA game into like a MMORPG game. So like for MAH, they actually changed their style of playing the games. So I think this is the good signs for MAH. Probably they can continue with this kind of efforts and also execution plans, and to see whether they can get the top 2 place in Group B and then enter the second stage of the season.
I would say the thing would be really optimistic. The future would be really optimistic for MNH so far, because we know that a lot of members has changed from MNH compared to their lineups in Season 1. But so far so good for them, and also like those mechanics, they show their own mechanics quite well. So I would say, because it's basically because we do not have our aim match towards all of those 4 new faces,
Yep.
It's just like you're opening those Pandora box. You don't know that what kind of players just gonna jump out,
Exactly. Yeah.
Those dominating one, those powerful players.
Yep.
And so do MNH, I guess, but they are maybe a little bit concerned. They're maybe a little bit anxious, because if like these 4 new teams, they are not that kind of familiar with the game, or there's a patch, MH, they have a great chance to gain that ticket to go to that promotion and relegation.
So like for MAH, they have to warm up, and then they had the preparation. They got the team spirit and chemistry together, and let's just see how they can play like in a better performance against those 4 new teams. But also would like to say, hopefully Fano can make a conclusion and also to summarize how their performance is today. And then we do still want to see the efforts they made, and then like the opportunity still waits ahead for Fano.
Yeah, I mean, like, I do love our new format in season 2 because it's kind of balanced and offered more opportunities and offer you more opportunities to try different things, maybe give you the chance to make some mistakes, and totally acceptable. You're always going to have time to make some comebacks. And also, like, from our grouping, I mean, for Group A, definitely they would have less of pressure since they do not need to worry about their rankings. Or, actually, we can have a small explanation towards our new towards our new format. That the 5th and 6th team from Group A with the top 2 teams in Group B will go through that promotion and relegation. And the winner will have the chance to enter to the Group A in the second round of our regular season. So that's new stuff, and that's going to be some pressure on teams in Group B.
Yep. And now with the after-match interview, and let's see what the players will say.
是哪里呢? What was the most satisfying point at today's game?
我觉得吧，这场比赛在于第一把，我们前期被压着打，逆风翻盘的感觉挺好的。
Okay, so this competitor says that he thinks that at the first round, at the early time of the game, they were not doing very well, but in the end, they turned the corner and win the game, and this is the most satisfying part that he thinks. OK， 那第二个问题呢是，你觉得你们的队伍在今后的比赛中有什么可以改进的地方吗？ Do you think at any point your team can improve in the future?
我觉得我们队伍还需要更多的沟通吧，而且我们也需要磨合更多的默契吧。
Okay, so this competitor says that he thinks that their team needs more communication in the future.
Right, internal communication is important for them.
And also, we can see, like, it's basically because of the first overturn that they made in matchup 1 led them to, get into that mood. And sometimes once you got those insanely overturn, that will help you to gain the momentum. You're gonna have a totally different mindset when you're playing with matchup 2.
Exactly. Yeah, just like the song, I got a feeling, like you feel
I
it.
Like, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Yeah, right. So that's the thing, and we do well. To be honest, like both teams actually play pretty good tonight.
Yeah.
And let's see what they will do, in the coming games. And then for match 2, we have our very first 2 new teams from BSE from Malaysia, and then Glock from the Republic of Korea.
I'm really excited to see those new faces. Especially, to be honest, I know nothing about BSE. I tried to do my own research, but their background statistics or those things are totally blank. So I'm also being really excited to see what kind of team that BSE is. And for Block, I would say there's some familiar players that I would say that would be their jungler especially. Because back in 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship, Susu was playing as a jungler in GNG, which would be another team from Korea. So I would say I'm really excited to see what kind of progress that he made.
Well, it is really interesting because BSE can actually do quite a lot of homeworks for Sui in this perspective. So probably we will see some jungle hero got banned in the ban pick phase, and also as you mentioned, we got no knowledge from BSE and basically nothing, like a blur. So a team from misery, and see how they will actually play.
And I do believe that it's not only Glock, but also MAH and also Fano, though they finished the matchup today, I mean for only today, and they definitely just gonna sit there and watching our live streams and just observing their next enemies, because we know that we are doing single round robin, so each team just gonna play against with other 5 teams in their groups once. So they definitely need some data from the SE, and Glock will take the experiment.
Yeah, basically, you know, we do see, you know, probably the teams from Republic of Korea, they do have a better experience in MOBA game, as you know, basically, you know, they build up by game like
the esports industry.
Esports industry. So also the Republic of Koreans teams already played against KPL teams several rounds. So I think talking about the experience for the game and the experience for the matches, and probably they will have like a better background knowledge compared with BSE. So, you know I said a lot of good things about Glurk, but however, still want to see how BSE is going to play.
Yeah, I do hope that BSE can surprise us, you know. Just try to play a little bit conservative, but suddenly just surprises everyone and to be the dark horse.
Yeah, like probably we can see everything from the beginning of the band picks.
True.
Yeah, it's like all of a sudden we see like KPL band picks from BSE.
Yeah, and all of those like meta picks from BSE. I just can't wait to see it. You know, we just already set up our bars really high, and let's see what kind of stuff that BSE will bring to us. And also, like for Glock, we mentioned about Suzu the jungler. Actually, the thing is that the patch has changed a little bit. Suzu was a great assassin player, and I'm wondering, are AC like being well prepared for this patch to play those tanky junglers?
Yep, and let's check out the video.
Welcome back after a short break, and we're still being our live stream of Honor of Kings Asian Wave event, and today's caster Nora.
Yep, and I am Anway. So during the break, we actually had a really good conversation, like between how what we can look forward to see, like between those two teams.
Because we mentioned about the environment that Republic of Korea that has about their esports industry, right? They do have those kind of strategies or history, so that kind of just have some impacts on their own esports teams. So I'm wondering what kind of new faces or new things that Glock could bring to us. And also, this would be our new club introduction for BSE. So sweet!
Yeah, welcome to the hood. Yeah.
Black True Esports, and actually they are a quite a new club. They are established in just this year on April 6th. So
like
that's
3
gonna
months
be
ago.
yeah, that was only like 3 months ago. So that's gonna be a really great thing to see.
Yeah, exactly. And what happened is, I think, there is something that I missed it, and you mentioned that to me during the break that although we can see probably experience from the Korean teams is quite a lot because they got such a long history with esports. However, for the Malaysian team, they actually play quite a lot of MOBA games and participate some international championships for MOBA games in the recent years. So probably talking about experience, although not as long as with the Republic of Korea, probably the teams from Malaysia can still gain a lot of experience from other games.
True. So it's gonna be, it would go either two ways, maybe one of the team will outplay the other team. Or they were just gonna make it to a tie, and everyone's just gonna be like quite new to this patch. We don't know. We're just wait and see, and that's gonna be our new club introduction to the team, Glock. And actually, they got quite a long history. They already established for over 2 years, right? So far.
Yep. And for all the friends in front of the screen watching this game, and let's welcome our new club from the Republic of Korea.
And we still got like 2 more teams that we were gonna introduce to you guys.
Exactly.
That's gonna be PE and DE. They're gonna have the last matchup for today, and I just can't wait to see them too. And for Glock, you can see everything seems to be really professional due to their introductions, including their coaches, their lineups, right? Yeah.
So now we have the team members from BSE. You can see the determination from their faces.
True. And it seems like they're really confident with what kind of their journey in our season 2 in Honor of Kings Asian Wave event. And on the other side, we're looking at the lineup of Glock, and we mentioned about Sui Sui, right? The jungler from Glock.
Yes. So see how much restrictions will be posted to him, like during the game, during the ban pick.
Yeah. First thing that I want to see from Glock is that did Sui Sui already adapt to this patch yet? Because we know that Sui Sui would be a really nice assassin player back into KIC 2022, and he was always playing a really great job by using that Jin or Lam or Nakruru, these kind of heroes, definitely carrying his team. And this time, due to this patch, actually it requires those junglers to flex to be played as the tank.
Yep.
And on the other side, we really need to highlight those confront laners in this patch, because it's basically going to be warriors play against warriors. So pressures on the confront laners from Glock, and also Sui Sui, just share all of those experience that he got right in the previous matchups in other tournament to his new allies, and that's going to be something worth discussion.
And as we can see, BSC has done their homework. The first ban on Jin. That is very much about Sui Sui.
Oh my god, that's the thing that we're mentioning about. When you're facing some team, lack of information, you totally got no idea what kind of things they're gonna do. The only thing that Glock can do is ban away all those meta picks. But on the contrary, for BSE, directly targeting are your core players.
Yep, and let's see whether we will have unfortunately, I thought we got like 4 jungle players, like 4 jungle heroes.
I feel so sorry for Sui Sui. How would you say that? Unfortunately, Sui Sui would be. Oh my god! Finally, give me some options, okay?
Yep, Tai is on the ban list, and also Zhao Huizhen, because we do think Zhao Huizhen is actually will pose a threat in the recent batch of the game.
Whoa, Da Chao has been an open choice and BSC just grab it away. That was quite surprising because we know that in season 1 a lot of new teams actually would be new faces to us. We know nothing about their players too, just like what we are doing right now towards BSE. But at that time, Da Chao was always going to be an open choice, but no team can get a hand on this Da Chao strategy, because it really requires a tight synergy. You really need to know this game well, know the tempo, know all those waves, know all those interval cooldowns, and know the cooperations.
Yes, indeed. And like in KPL, like Da Chao's group and also combination has always been called the elevator groups, like the elevator team. And also you can see Lao Fuzi has been picked out. So as well as Zhou Yu. So probably we can estimate probably BSC will actually play what we call like a turret pooling strategy, like for the very first game.
Yeah, because since they carry out this Fuzi plus Da Chao and also put their mid lane as the Zhou Yu, which also means they try to, just directly pushing forward, always marching forward, taking down all of those towers one by one. And that's it sounds easy, it sounds really easy, but the problem is it's not easy for you to always have the right timing, for you to do the split up push, for you to, taking down all those towers, especially if Glock take out heroes like Zhao Jun or heroes like Yingzhen, which gonna have a great ability to clean up all those waves. It's gonna be even harder for BSE to, pushing forward.
Absolutely, and what I actually wondering is that will we see Gong Sun Li to be picked out by BSE?
Maybe, who knows? If they take out the Gong Sun Li, that's gonna be a totally completed Da Chao strategy.
Yeah, like
Da Chao strategy version 1 plus Da Chao strategy version 2.
Version 2, yeah, exactly. And well, full respect has been paid to Sui Sui, as Jing and Kai, 2 jungle player, has been banned. So also we can see the ban picks from the both teams is actually quite targeting to each other, I think. So
and for Glock, I would say the second banning phase, it seems like they are quite worried about BSE to take out the Da Chao plus a double warriors in the comp, because it's all about the versatility that Da Chao has. You can use it to do the pushing strategy plus this Fuzi, or you can use this Da Chao strategy, try to highlight your farming lane, for example, to take out Gong Sun Li, right? And the third choice would be to take out a core jungler and just combine with 2 double warriors. That's gonna be another comp. So that's the reason why a lot of teams wouldn't let this Da Chao out.
And
wow, they are. They are doing this.
Yep. Well, we don't really see like ADC hero.
Yeah, that's the thing about Da Chao strategy. Like in this patch, you mentioned about it's basically about team fights, right? All of those teams, they fight a lot, and also warriors definitely had a higher priority in this patch. In this patch, Da Chao strategy would always combine with double warriors and another assassin junglers, which can carry the responsibility to do the 4-1 split and push. And for BSE, well, they I'm now holding such a high expectation on this team. Yeah, it seems like they are quite KPO playing style, and
very
I
KPL
just really
style.
surprising. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically you like for this game we can see like a KPL style versus like a Street Fighter style.
Yeah. I mean, like Glock, their comp was really solid, and it's also gonna be a really prevalent comp in this matter.
Yep.
But I mean, like personally, okay, like personally compared to the strategy that BSE has, I would say it's a little bit lackluster, you know.
Yeah.
Because I'm really familiar with this comp, you know. It's just like the safe choice in this patch. But for BSE, a totally new team, like totally new players, and the first showcase that they're gonna have in season 2 in our KAW, they can't carry out such a complicated and difficult strategy to try to like to play in a stunning way. So personally, I would be more in favor of BSE about their courage.
And then you know, I do look forward to see how they will play that show in this game, you know. So for Glurk, like to be honest, not much we can say about, and just say how similar they can actually play this lineup compared with KPL team.
Yeah, especially for Glock, we mentioned about how safe and solid this comp is. They have nice initiation, they have nice winning lanes. So if BSE can't utilize their dash hole wisely, maybe the game will end up in the mid game, maybe around 12 or 13 minutes.
Yep, right.
Let's
and
wait and see.
Yep, this is the first game for between BSE and Glurk.
BSE on the blue side and Glock on the red. BSE, they are trying to gain the priority in the mid lane. The opening set seems to be really sophisticated for both teams. I'm really surprised about that flash in and try to push him back. The passive has been triggered. First blood goes over to BSE. Nice one. And it seems like Glock tried to play something back in their opponent's field, but they're just gonna be a little bit overstabbed. And double kills has been claimed by BSE. A really nice smooth opening.
Yeah, and continue with the fight.
Push him back and blow him back. Another kill has been achieved by BSE.
Wow, 1 minute with 3, like a triple kill.
Oh, I'm just gonna be...
Wow.
Wow, I don't even know how I'm gonna describe this dude.
Well, out of words at the moment.
Yeah, I'm totally out of words because, you know, when I was casting season 1, a lot of teams, we know that they do have their powers. They did quite a great job during their trainings, but none of the team would impress us in such a great image for their very first showcase. BSE definitely would be the first one in KAW.
Absolutely, like within 2 minutes time, we do see how smooth they are operating how can we say, like the rhythm of the game.
Yeah, and we definitely need to highlight the mid laner from BSE, the mage, the Joji. Every initiation was offered by the Joji. He even flashed in and using his visibility to blow that issue back. Got him the first blood, and also like the rotation that he made was quite tight. Every single place that he was having to will always bring BSE some kills in.
Exactly, like you know the mid lanes from BSE is actually moving really actively.
Yeah.
Like once after he cleaned out the mid lane, he will go directly to support other lanes, which is just brilliant play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to, you know, put those different mages in the same play, but we know that Plano, they use the Joji too, right, in game 1, but the way that they are using that Joji is more like a utility mage, trying to let him to rotate and try to push forward, but this time BSE is trying to play in a totally different way. They always try to fight, they try to engage, and it's like Glock, they had enough about those constant initiation. but unfortunately, May, his flash has been forced out. So another win towards the BSE.
You see, here is a very important thing we have to consider. Like Zhou Yu is using this AOE skill set to help to actually make a really good add-ins. Because they don't have like an ADC, so Zhou Yu is very much supporting the whole teams with the areas of them. So you know, in this way, with Da Qiao to help with the pace, with Zhou Yu in the AOE skill set, so they can actually fight in a very active way. So you know, we can see now Glurk is somehow in the downwind. And also the farm lane is not as is not actually having any advantages at the moment.
And once we're talking about the pace, right? We need to highlight this word, the pace of data strategy means a lot. And after we're now at the 4-minute mark, actually it's gonna be the sign for BSE to accelerate their pace. Because the protection offered by all of those towers has disappeared, and for BSE it's going to be the great time for them to utilizing that ulti and summon his allies and try to
Tyrant has been defeated.
Yep, and now we can see, with Da Qiao's help, the Tyrant has been claimed by BSE. And also they are still like, this is the
ulti that we're calling for, and nice engagement can be seen. Everything just went so chaotic, and KAW break his ulti and drag that Yao in, but Yao was being really tanky enough. And Byron even went down, so actually from this team fight, BSE got numbers in advantage, and even more, they tried to grab this blue buff away, and this gonna be the pace, this gonna be the button for BSE. Now, accelerate their pace and utilizing their data strategy.
So it's like we can see more than 5,000 goal lead from BSE, and that is very much out of surprise, because we thought that Glurk will play, in a more prudent manner. However, it's just not enough to counteract the strategies from BSE.
And the thing is, I'm really impressed about how great BSE is by using this type of strategy, because it looks easy, right? It looks easy because like the kills already goes to 11 against 0, right? 11 goes to 0, and I would say BSE is slowly leading the game. They're onslaught. Every single moment that they catch, every single chances that they catch, they just, summon all of his allies down, and every time make sure that they got numbers in advantage. And since they got double warrior, they already got those tanky front laners, and also Zhou Yu always gonna do nice AOE damage to block off his allies.
Yep, so 6 minutes and 7 minutes down the game, 12-0. Probably BS is looking forward to finish the game by the 10 minutes mark, and we can see how Zhou Yu is cleaning the mid lanes to help with the overlords to get in, and then clean up the blue buff. Everything is under control by BSE, and then the tier 2 tower from the farm lane is going down.
Again, they try to dominate the game. They got another nice chance and take down Sui the Shahozen as the most tanky one from Fly. That's gonna be such a great news for BSE. I'm totally out of words. Like,
exactly.
How on earth would this new team play in quite a mature way,
Yeah, exactly.
If we just cover their name, I wouldn't believe that it's a totally new face in our event. I would say they're playing in such a sophisticated way.
Yeah, and very sophisticated, but however simply just want to pull out the turrets from the opposite team. They're so smooth.
They totally outplayed Blood, to be honest. They totally outplayed Blood.
Outplay, absolutely.
That's already got 10,000 gold difference. 10,000 gold lead goes over to BSE, and also the kills. That's insane. 14 against 0. This is the very first game that I'm casting in KAW would
Yep.
end up with a 0.
So it's like, 9 minutes down the track, BSE is going to like tear down the second like tier 2 tower from the confront lane. So basically only thing that can protect the crystal is the high lane towers. And then,
They try to fight, they try to engage. Well, the problem is to go different ways. Insane was crazy and just checked virus damaged out. And also his control ability flashed in. And this is the very first time we see the broadcasting from Da Chao's ulti, which also means Da Chao definitely has a clear understanding towards his ulti. And also at BSE, they try to close out the game. They try to end up with a 18-0 maybe. They're chasing for the very last person alive from block. And the high ground tower on the top has been taken down. And another one in the mid.
And this is insanely, outperformed. And they are going to get the turrets and probably like 30 seconds later. But they probably don't even need the overlord.
Incredible playing that we can see offered from BSE. And we mentioned about, when we're trying to analyzing those new teams, we mentioned about the game might go to two different ways, right?
Yeah.
One, it would be like one team fully outplayed another one, and one, it may be a toe-to-toe game and make it to a tie. And I would say BSE, when they play against Block, they secured the first one.
It's very much the first one. And also you can see how maturely they are playing Zhou. We just mentioned about how you play Zhou in the beginning. And you see Zhou is standing right into the fire to gain the HP.
19-0 Glock. They had no idea how they're gonna make a comeback. It's really hard for them to make a comeback, but still they got their chances. They need to be extremely cautious, and everything seems too daunting to block. And KAW has been controlled a little bit, forced out KAW's flash, and now they're sending all those convenient ways, trying to let them get touched into the crystal. But first they want to get more kills, and we can see Yao is chasing all of those things that KAW has been taking down again. As the minions are not gathering on the top, and Glock tried their best to guard their crystal, but nothing can do to them. Congratulations to BSE, such a beautiful play. Victory goes to BSE.
10 minutes line, as we mentioned, like they want to finish the whole game in 10 minutes. So BSE absolutely surprised like all of us during the whole game. The smoothness, the overall operations, the mechanisms, and also the team, chemistry is just unbelievable.
I'm just out of words,
Out of words.
Because like I was shocked. I was shocked by this team, to be honest. Like in season 1, we know that teams like Impunity, teams like the Over Esports, they're quite dominating, right? They do have their powers, they do have their playing histories, and they do show us that their mechanics, their strategies, but none of those teams did the same thing like BSE. Because every single team, no matter they're new or old, no matter they know the patch or not, they're always gonna go for a much more slow pace, right? Especially this gonna be the very first showcase for BSE, and we know that this club only established
3 months ago.
3 months ago.
3 months ago. Oh my god.
Oh my god. It's like the talented club,
Exactly.
okay? I'm just gonna title them as the most talented club.
And like, to be honest, for Da Chao, such a water used hero, and then on BSE some team shirts, you can see chasing the wave in Chinese, and that is actually a match with Da Chao's skill set.
Yeah.
That is really interesting.
Wow, I think like no wonder why they would be really confident to grab that Da Chao away, as long as they see that Da Chao could be the open choice. And no wonder why that all of those profile pictures from BS's lineup seems to be fully confident.
Yeah, fully confidence, and then you see how
Wow,
Zhou Yu's
wow.
team fight ratios, like 95% from Zhou Yu and 90% from Da Qiao. That is, a really good use of the hero.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. We do need to highlight this Zhou Yu again because like every engagement was. I guess maybe Zhou Yu, the mid laner from BSE, would be the shot caller from this team. Because we can see like the rotation, like every single team fight, he definitely would be there. And also we need to highlight the support Da Qiao. That's gonna be the very first broadcasting that I saw from this Da Qiao in KAW to trigger that kind of like allies assemble.
Yep. So, MVP to BSE used Da Qiao. The very first MVP goes to like a support player. So
Yeah, details.
yep, and we really like you see KDA 2017.
And it
So
ended
that
up with a 19-0 if I'm correct, right?
Yep. Something like 19-0, and
Yeah,
no,
so that also means the Da Qiao has 100% team fight participation rate.
Yep.
Wow.
And let's see, the replay of the game.
The first skirmish in the mid, that was because of the Zhou Yu, his own mechanics and his own timing. And also like he did a really nice aid to his allies once they saw that Glock tried to gain something back through all those invasions. And Glock need to pay it back. They really need to pay that off. Like for BSE, they're just chasing him down one by one. And once we see the 4-0 set, we know that the game's gonna go into the favor of BSE.
Yep, exactly. And you see how a smooth play BSE done with Fuzi, control and putting restrictions, and then everyone follow-ups for the games.
Well, game one, I'm still shocked. I
Yeah.
see you just like
Yeah, I'm like,
nodding your
right.
head or like yeah, we are totally in shock with this team, and I do
Yeah.
believe it's not only Glock but also Fano, including MAH.
Yep.
These two teams which already finished their first matchup for today, but we know that they're gonna play against BSE in the future games, so they definitely need to be cautious.
Yep.
Need to do
Hopefully,
more
yeah.
homework.
Yeah, like hopefully the next game can actually, shut my draw. I was like, oh my god, for the whole time. And then, but to be honest, like, it is a full out of surprise from Glock.
Me too.
So, they need to, pull themselves together and
Yeah.
then to look for a strategy. And probably they can look at the some of the very interesting and has been high utilizing ratios ban picks. So probably for the last game, BSE is doing those straight fighting style. Probably the next game they will start to change their style of playing.
Yeah, I do believe so. But here's the thing, once you are really great at mastering this Da Qiao, that also means definitely you have a deeper understanding towards the game. It's not only
Exactly.
about the patch, it's about the game, those high tempo game, and also like those paces, those
Yep.
exactly timing, those marks. So that will
Absolutely.
help
Yeah.
BSE to have like a higher threshold than other teams.
Yep. So continuously to say, BSE to put the band against Sui Sui, and we do we definitely BSE did their homework, and know Sui Sui will always ambush the farm lanes players. So basically, we've ought to put the cutting heroes to the ban list can be very successful.
Yeah, BSE actually had a really clear ban pick strategies towards the dropping, just targeting on the Susu ban away his most confident hero. and then targeting on your marksman again, because from the previous matchup for game 1 we can see like Glock, they still, even though they try something to fight back, but they still stick into that double core playing style.
Yep.
So that's the reason why BSC banned away this Jin and also this Gong.
Yep. And then we have Sun Gongji picked out by Quirk, which is a very popular hero during this batch of the game. And then Zhang Fei picked out as a this to secure the protective mechanism from BSE. And we can see Miyamoto Musashi. Yep, has been picked out. I'm not sure will Sui Sui use it as like a jungle. But
yeah, definitely. Sui Sui will play this Miyamoto Musashi as a jungler, and also he Miyamoto would be one of his most confident heroes too, because he used it several times back into KIC 2022. So I do believe that Glock, they tried to build up such a solid comp just like what they did, but the difference is that the last game their comp is more like suitable for this match, for this patch, and now Glock seems to be step back into their comfort zone. They try to gain some winning lanes on all 3 lanes, and just play like the previous patch style.
So, you know, a very smart pick from BSE to use Mulan against Meng Tian. So I think this is also a very good choice picked out by BSE, and also we do see this kind of combination being picked out from the KPL teams. Yeah.
Wow, every single choice, every single picks that BSC is having now is quite KPL style. Especially like the first pick when they take out this Zhang Fei, try to use Zhang Fei's first ability and just absorb in, just grant his ally some shield and absorbing all of those AoE damage dealt by Zhen Mengxi. Decent pick, and also Zhao Huaizhen plus this Mulan is quite meta pick. Those upside of the map, this duel, the synergy between the top laners and also the jungler seems to be really tight.
But at this point in time, for Glurk picked out the Diren Jie and also Cai Wenji. Well, do you think that would be a good choice? Like facing Zhang Fei.
I would say it's basically because Zhang Fei and Lady Sun definitely gonna win the upper hand during the laning phase. So Glock, they try to let Cai Yan to offer extra HP recovery and let this Diren Jie to stand longer during the laning phase. And also once it comes to the mid game, Cai Yan plus this Meng Tian will just build up a much more tankier front laners than BSE.
Yep. And then let's see how, you know, this game will be like. And I do look forward to see how many times can Shangguanwei fly in the sky.
And in this match, actually, Shangguanwei has been changed a little bit. Her ability has been adjusted. She don't need to fly 5 times in a row. Instead, she can just be flexible to choose how many times she wants to break his ulti.
Yep. So, you know, this game we will see how Glurk can, you know, counteract on BSE. And well, if we look at the lineup, BSE's lineup is not like fighting lineup, and probably, you know, hopefully we can see this game is over 10 minutes. And see how resistant Glurk can be during the game.
Well, due to my own prediction, I would say this time the mid game matters a lot.
Yep.
When we are talking about the mid game, which basically between like 6 to 12 minutes, and that would be chaotic. Because BSC actually, they can have the upper hand after Shangguanwei upgrade to level 4. Shangguanwei definitely gonna be the engagement machine from BSE. Every single place that Shangguanwei go definitely will help BSE to bring some kills back, just like what they did from match 1, and even in a more direct way than Zhou Yu, because Zhang Wenwei would be the assassin mage.
Right, and this is the second game of tonight for between Glurk and BSE, with Glurk on the blue side and BSE on the red side.
I just can't take my eyes out of this Zhang Guanwar, this mid laner from BSE.
Yep,
Like he's on,
Sangguan.
yeah, he's on mechanics, I mean, and also like every time the positioning, the timing that she catch, it's just like she do have such a deep understanding
of the game.
this game. Yeah.
Yep. So, you know, it will. We don't really know how, you know, how this game will turn out, but by just looking at the minimap, they are actually playing in a very prudent way. So let's be calm and then not fighting, farm safety, and then see how the fight can break out.
You know, I highly recommend that we should open a small window on the side of our screen and try to, you know, offer our reactions.
Yeah, our
just
facial
like,
expression.
Yeah, just like an audience, you know. Oh.
Yep. And then see, well, clearly Glurk in this game is trying to play in a more aggressive way.
Yeah, and also they are trying to play in a more conservative way, I would say, because like the combo is quite solid, but it still needs time to form up. And also you mentioned about they step back into their comfort zone, giving Play to play his assassin jungler, let him to carry out the team. So it's a pretty classic strategy which Glug is using right now. And the biggest advantage when you're trying to play those classic ones is that you were never afraid of fall behind during the lanings.
Yep, because you do know that you can actually look for an opportunities to fight back.
Yeah. And for BSE, they're not really hurried in to do something, because the first thing is that they need to wait for Zhang Guanwar upgrade to level 4. And
she is level 4 now.
She is hiding her vision. She's hiding her vision, and that's the reason why we can see Dasting Shimongxi was too afraid to detect that bush. And now Miyamoto Musashi using his ulti lock in the 1-1, trying to do a 1-1 trade, and that's gonna be a sacrifice made by both junglers.
Yep, and which is actually a balance out. So both jungler has been taken down. However, we do see, you know, the timings from someone is actually really good.
Yeah, and also like from the first trade, I would say it's because like the role that base junglers are playing right now is totally different. So maybe BSE would slightly win the upper hand, because Zhao Huajun is taking the responsibility of being the tank.
Exactly.
The contrary, Miyamoto Musashi, he needs to be well formed up and really need to be like wealthy and build up his items and carry his allies.
But the good thing is that by choosing Semonki as a mid laner, that he can always, you know, try to assault the jungle areas from the opposite side and also provide a certain vision for their teammates.
True. And also you always can rely on this Shimoshi to clean up the waves, right?
Yep, and then
bring his frenzy while just being really aggressive. Zhihong just he's a really furious player.
Exactly, we can see that. And but the problem is that, you know, with Sangguan Weiner is out of the ultimate, so you know they are actually in the downwind when it comes up to a team fight. So you know that is a 1-2-2 result for the team fight.
I really like the timing that Glug is catching now, because they know that Zhang Guanwar was absent and Zhang Guanwar's ulti was not available. So that's gonna be the time that Glug catch and force out Zhao Fei's ulti and try to do a really nice comeback. And here's Zhang Guanwar again, try to jump in, a really nice dash, and Zhang Fei with a double blow goes over to this mid laner.
And then someone actually took out both marksmen and like ADC and then the support, which actually provide a really good advantages and upwin situation for the farmlands.
And to be honest, you know, for BSE, they give me that kind of feeling that their mid laner, it's because of his own mechanics and he's just outplay the game. He's the one to lead the game. I mean, not only leading like his allies or carrying his allies, it's not in that kind of simple way. It's basically he's the one to bounce up, to let the whole pace to be like in a higher tempo.
And you do actually see, ooh,
nice one, Susei. Got another solo.
Yep, and the thing is, like I was trying to mention is that probably Glurk, although they are playing pretty stable this way in this game, however they are not putting enough pressure on the ADC. So Legion is actually, you know, turning out to be a threat in the very close future.
Yeah. And this is a replay from the very first big engagement, and that's the timing that we mentioned about Glog. Catch the cooldown of Shangwai's ulti, and another skirmish is right now happening in the mid. Zhao Haijun tried to drag this Mengtian back, but Mengtian has got his immunity. So everyone just gonna back up a little bit. And for BSE, they try to gain a priority to rotate first. So let's check their next movement.
You know, every time I see Zhihong is moving towards Glurk, I feel like Zhihong's you know, pointing way is directly to Direnjie.
Yeah.
So it's like the Sangguan look for Direnjie.
Yeah, like Zhihong is playing just like an assassin, like a real assassin, right?
Yep.
Because like Zhao Huaizhen would be the initiation one, nice one, and drag two people back, and the ulti absorbing so many damage and push it back on this Shimongxi. And now here we can see
Wan'er. You can see Wan'er.
Oh, another ambush. We need to be quiet. We need to give him some space, some room. And he sneak into another bush, and Diren just
now
out. Everyone now is just aiming at the front laner from Glug. Because like the vision, we do have, because we are observing the map on the third perspective, but at that right moment, actually Shangwai just bumped up into Direnjie. So Direnjie just spot him up and tried to retreat a little bit.
So Direnjie was like shocked.
Yeah,
where did Sangguan came from?
Yeah, how would you be at my rear?
Yeah, but Musashi is in trouble.
Yeah, Musashi just being a little bit overcommitted. That's gonna be bad news for Glug. Once Musashi was absent from the battlefield, that also means Shangguan are just gonna be dominating. No one can stop him. Just flash in and fly into the sky and put another kill.
And she's out with a really healthy HP.
I would say when it comes to the mid game, we know that it's gonna be chaotic. A lot of back and forth can be seen right now. But the problem is for Glug, they can't stand the loss for this Miyamoto Musashi. Because Musashi's ulti, he needs to directly lock down that Shangguan Wang. Shangguan would be the most dominating person right now to lead the game.
But the thing is that probably BSE need to... Well, BSE need to be very careful, because what happened is Glurk is using a different strategy. They are not trying to start a fight. They are actually pushing the liners to BSE. So you can see the tier 2 tower actually got destroyed by Glurk.
Yeah, Glurk did a really nice job to pushing up on side lanes. But still, the problem is we can see Susu already been taken down twice in a row. And that's going to be such a great threat. And also, it's going to weaken their power in the mid game, because they do need Miyamoto Musashi to be at the front and lock that Shangguan Wire down.
Exactly.
On the other side, we can see BSE. They are trying to do some split push, and you mentioned about Lady Sun's farming, right? And we can see Lady Sun already got several different gold lead. So Lady Sun just gonna take care of himself within this blue buff and let the Shangguan to carry the team. Again, nice pushback, nice engagement. That's gonna be BSE to win the upper hand. And Shangguan directly flashed in and combined with all those damage down, they take down those core players from Block. And BSE pay it back with the life of the Lady Sun, but still other 4 members still be alive. Then Miyamoto Musashi being overstepped a little bit again. So Miyamoto has been taken down 3 times in a row. BSE win the upper hand again. That's gonna be a 1-3 trade. It seems like BSE, they try to be unstoppable. They are now turning their hand on this Dark Tyrant.
And like we can see how Glurk is choosing Tyrant D to be a more protective mechanisms for the back areas, especially with Deeren here and also Summon at the back. However, after the mid stage of the game, when Lady Sun probably has the Mortal Punisher, and then with Sangguan got the Venom stuff, then you know the advantages from Tyrant D will be gone. So that is the problem.
That's a small detail about Shangguan's item building, because you can see actually he prioritized the venomous stuff in such a early stage. That's gonna be the first item that she made.
Yes.
Try to shred down the HP bars, and again another engagement. It seems like BSE, they are trying to suffocate Block. Again in the mid game, they just keep pushing forward, and there's no chance left for Block to fight back.
And because of the lack of gold and the unhealthy growth of Musashi, and Musashi cannot play as his position supposed to act.
True. We mentioned about how important Susui needs to be in this comp. Specifically, and for BSE now it's just gonna be the time to play around this Lady Sun and take down those towers one by one. It's gonna be easy execution because they already make it through the most hard part about how they're gonna utilizing Wangar's power to dominate the game.
And with such a huge damage from Lady Sun to get the Overlord is actually quite easy. So later on, with the Overlord being teared down, and then like with the Shadow Vanguard coming out, that is very difficult for Glurk to guard their turret anyway.
Yeah.
So, BSE continue to surprise us.
Wow, again, everything just went so messy. Nice engagement. Possible has been pushed back by Zhongfei, and Zhongfei using his tankiness and trying to build such a nice setup for his marksman. And Lady Sun just gonna lead the game. And here comes Zhang Huaizhen. Triple kill goes over to the Zhang Huaizhen, and now it's gonna be the time for BSE to close out the game. I think that's gonna be it, because Shuoxi would be the only person, and he's really weak to clean up all those minion waves. So second game, congratulations to BSE again. 2 wins in a row. 2-0 against
2 wins
Block.
in a row. Oh my! Like the very last, they are not even waiting for the vanguards to come.
Yeah.
And then they just like, let's go, push to the tower, and like push that up to the crystal, and then Glurk is all in their hands. So I think this is a very alerting situation from all the games, no matter from Group A or Group B, to keep their eye on BSE. Otherwise, the BSE could be the dark horse that to be disruptive to the game and to this season.
I totally agree with you. I will name BSE at current stage to be the biggest dark horse.
Yep, biggest.
And also like the decisiveness. I'm not trying to criticize teams or players, but this kind of decisiveness should be learned by a lot of other teams in KAW.
Yep. And
especially in the mid game, how you're gonna solidify your advantage and close out the game.
Yep, you see, like for Glurk, they actually had a really stable beginning, and also they played as what we expected. However, after the middle stage, after about 8 minutes, and everything turns in a vice versa way. And as we can see, the smart play from Sangguan Wan the very first item, the best item that she actually selected is the Venomous Staff. So in this way, she can help to reduce the HP recovery provided by Cai Wenji, and then let Lady Sun to get all the damage.
Yeah. I mean, like, actually, if we scrutinize this comp again, we would say BSC, the clock is ticking, right? Every single moment it counts down, because they do need to rely on this Shanguan Wai to lead the pace and build up those skill difference. Or, in another way, for Glock, since they had such a solid and classic comp, they would be really powerful in the late game. But the problem is BSE won't let you to have any time to farm up peacefully. They're just gonna suffocate the Glock, endless pushing, endless killing.
And the thing is that when Glurk chose Meng Tian to be, to help to secure the front of the team in terms of a team fight, Meng Tian is not acting as much, although it has been participated in the team fight for more than 60%. And also, I'm not sure why Cai Wenji has always been in the front, and everyone retreated from the team fight, and then Cai Wenji was still there. So, support should actually, communicate better in the team. And congratulations to Zhihong with his Sangguan Wan to be the MVP of the game.
Nice play. And also, like, for his Zhou Yu, I mean, like, the two games that BSE offered to us, I just can't take my eyes off this mid laner.
Yep.
Really, really nice player, and I would just keep my eyes watching on him, and let's see what kind of other heroes that he can bring to us. Because now, so far, he played those utility mages, he played those assassin mages. I do believe he has such a deep hero pool.
Yep, and then also I think for other teams, what they can learn from is about the their advantages from the mid laner as Zhihong, and also they have to be very careful of Zhe, our very first support MVP of this season.
Yeah, I would say we mentioned about how great he was playing that Da Qiao, and once you master this Da Qiao, that also means you already have such a clear mindset towards this game, clear understanding towards this game. So I'm not worried about BSC, I'm not worried about their players or this team.
Yep, and also like from the replay we just saw that Cai Wenji has actually decoupled with the team during the team fight. So in this way, probably the internal communication is not as smooth in this way. So probably Glurk can actually work a bit more on the internal communication, how team members are interacting with each other, and also for the other teams can actually check out how well BSE is playing during a team fight.
And I would say it's more like luck. They didn't expect that BSE would play just like a monster, play in such a monstrous way. I didn't think like Glock is solely. Yeah, I don't think that Glock they have that kind of mindset preparation.
Yep.
So after they totally has been outplayed by BSE for matchup 1, in game 2 it seems like they are a little bit hurried, though they are choosing quite a classic and conservative comp, but they're playing in a hurry way, especially for Sui Sui. I'm not trying to put my finger on some player, but I do need to say that if you have experiences, if you are already being familiar with this game, after you fall behind a little bit, you do need to, buck up a little bit and try to be the shot caller and let your ally know once you fall behind, once you're being put in such a severe situation, what kind of option you can do. rather than just only trying to showcase yourself and by using your own mechanics and try to bring the team back. Especially in this patch, assassin jungler, for example, Miyamoto Musashi, can't just carry the team so easily in that way.
Exactly. Yep. So, you know, the responsibility should be based on the team. So it's not about a personal play. And the thing is, like, probably, you know, especially for the very first game when BSE is playing in such aggressive way, I was standing there, I was watching the game and felt like, you know, probably in Glurk's team members' mindset is like, what has been happening?
You're like,
why? What is this?
I got the same feeling actually. That's the reason why I mentioned about maybe we should take a small open window, right? At the corner of our screen to show the audience about our reaction.
So we can check on the after-match interview.
可不可以用一个字或者一个词或者一句话来描述一下你今天的表现 ？Can you use one word or one sentence to describe your performance today?
一个词的话就是自信吧。
好的。So this competitor says that he wants to use confidence, this word, to describe his performance today. 好，那第二个问题，我们都知道这是你第一次参加 KAW， 那你请问有什么样的感受呢？ So this is your first time in KAW, right? So how do you feel about it?
非常兴奋，可以和来自其他国外的玩家切磋。
Okay, so this competitor says that he was very excited that he can compete with many kinds of competitors that's from all around the world.
Confidence, it is.
Yep. First time in the competition with like a concept of confidence. That is brilliant.
And you know, actually we did several interviews before, right? You remember? A lot of new players when they are facing the camera, because we know that we're playing this game online, right? They are not that kind of familiar with the camera. So the very first time when they're taking the interview, basically a lot of players would be really shy and introverted and really, you know, do not how they're gonna speak out all of the words. But this millionaire, like Zhihong, would be there. Confidence. Confidence, it is.
Yep. First time in the game, playing international players.
Wow.
Yep, confidence.
Really characteristic. I love it.
Right, yep. And then, you know, for match 3 that coming up between DE and PE, you know, this will be, I think, a very interesting game as well, like between Nepal and Laos.
Yes, and I can't wait to see these new teams play against each other. We're just gonna go for a short break and we'll be back.
See you later.
Parece mais trabalho pra mim. Cadê você?
Ai, não. Não podem me ver aqui.
O quê? Pelas costas? Que vergonha! Ainda tem alguém aqui. Ei! Fica tranquilo, tá sob controle.
Ai, que burra!
Deixa comigo!
Tem que sair daqui! Mas. Eu vou te enfrentar!
Yi, você não deve se importar. Se sua lança partir, não é ela que te torna uma heroína. O que faz?
O que faz?
De um herói um herói.
De um herói um herói. É a luz em seu coração. Uma luz brilhante que queima mesmo sem fogo. Fogo selvagem! Ai, que irado! Eu consegui fazer o fogo selvagem! Que irado! Eu consegui!
Fogo! Ah, não! Eu tô pegando fogo!
Eu fiz a fogo! Eu fiz!
Não machuquem ela. Só peguem o mecha.
Ninguém me segura! Lança dente! E aí, Brasil? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is still the live stream of Honor of Kings Asian Week event. I'm today's caster Nora.
And I'm Anwei. Welcome back again.
Yes, and this is gonna be our last matchup, match 3 in day 2. DE play against PE.
Yep. So we are actually like for our audience in front of the screen. If you have followed some of the previous games, you will know that DE and PE actually they are very familiar with each other. And then for DE Sports, welcome to our competition. A club established in 2022. Well, the 2nd of December. A lot of two.
And again, they've been participating in other tournaments, and it just ends up 1 month ago. So definitely DE, they still got their feelings in the game, and the lineup actually didn't change a lot. They just keep the same lineup when they're playing another tournament. So I bet that they do have their synergies, and they definitely made some progress from the last tournament.
Exactly, and we do want to see how Swami and Dofi will play, as they used to be the MVPs from previous other games. And also Paradise Esports, very familiar names. We have Easy Baby, 9 on 9, and Slayer K. So I think, you know, this game can be very interesting and actually bring us back a lot of memories.
True, because we know that in the previous tournament, they also participate in that game, and they keep exactly the same lineup. But the thing is, in that tournament, they were grouping in 2 different groups, so they never play against each other. Maybe like, I heard your name, I heard you, and I know that you're a really nice WoW player, but they didn't like have a real fight.
But this time, the chance is here.
Yeah.
So we do. I think like because we did the research from last game, and then probably, Dofi's Huangzhong will be, put on the ban list. Not sure about that. And then also Kito favoring using Gao Jianli. So, I think today's, like the last game of today, can be very interesting and exciting.
Yeah. They have their own understanding. That's really interesting to talk about. And also, like, we know that DE, the lineup didn't change, but for PE, they changed the mid laner, which would be some of the factors might have some impact on this team.
Yep.
Because like in the previous history and also those hero uses, I would say DE, like you said, some unique heroes can be seen from this team.
Yep, exactly.
And also, the marksman have such a great hero pool. He've used Huangzhong before, he've used Lady Sun before, he've used Consort Yu before. So he always trying to play defensively in his own lanes.
Yep, and also we can see for the support players of DE, he used to choose a lot of tanky support other than using some of the light supports such as Xiaoming and Ming Shiying, and also like who is it, Yao, that those supports are not the usual picked by DE. So probably they will continue with their playing strategies in just like before. So what I'm curious about is about PE's play, because when they play in the last game in another tournament, they are not winning as much. So hopefully they can gain experience from the last game and then to play a bit better in this game against DE. So now we comes into the ban pick phase.
Yeah, mention about their experience in other tournaments, and I do believe that they have a lot of homework that can be done. So we can see it from the drop scene, and for DE, the first ban away the start shot, really nice one.
So Da Qiao's gone. Clearly they have watched BES and then first game. So let's put Da Qiao like in the very first ban. And then
actually, yeah, in this patch, a lot of teams would just forget this hero, because there's so many meta picks that need to dealing with. For example, like Shimongxi or Sun Bin or Xiahou Zun, like so many bans. You can't. The bans wouldn't be sufficient. But now, after they see BSE playing with Da Qiao, I would say again,
Da Qiao will once again back on the ban pick.
Yeah.
So now we have Bayane for the
nice
first
one.
pick. Yep,
Might
nice
pick. So Byron, I guess, might be the choice for PE. It's optional, and Byron will win himself the winning lane against this Mane.
And good guess, Byron's is in the picking period phase, and then also we have Zhao Huizhen. Well, Zhao Huizhen is actually very popular during this season.
Yeah, and that's something to do with Zhao Huizhen's ulti and also his first ability. His first ability allows this hero to easily initiate, to engage, and without any cost, right? Because the cooldown is quite short. And also his ulti is more like a strategic ability, help him to absorb in so many flying damage. Those flying projectiles, so that will let him to be really tanky. A lot of tank junglers can be seen in this patch. Take this Xiahou Dun as an example. But the difference is that Xiahou Dun relies more on his own HP bars, right? He needs to use his own flash to take all this damage. Exactly. On the other side, for Zhao Huizhen, it's basically waving his hand, right? Using those wings, absorbing those damages. So the strategic priority would be much more higher than Xiahou Dun.
Hey Laura, have you realized something interesting?
Yes?
They are not using the counteracting mechanism like the clash lanes, and then jungle, mid lane. So they're like, okay, we know each other. So,
Yeah, everyone just step by step and just being really honest. I
yeah, exactly.
genuine.
Very honest. Yep. It's like a gentleman play.
Yeah. Like play cards,
Yeah, we
you
don't
got
need to.
one and I just give another one.
Yeah, we don't need to guess. So I just realized this, and then I'm like, okay.
The way that they're showing their cards, the way that they're showing their picks is more like the ultimate battle way,
Yeah.
Like when we're doing the ultimate battle, because everyone already hands over their choices to our judges, so everything will be showed up one by one, confront laner against confront laner, jungler against jungler, just like what they're doing right now.
Yeah. And then very interesting, because for PE, all the bands they actually gave it up to the to support.
Yeah, Plakilian. I still remember this player. Like Plakilian, he has such a deep hero pool. He even played Zhuangzi before.
Yep.
In other tournament, and also Zhang Fei would be a really nice choice for him. So PE directly just ban away all of those supports, testifying Plakilian's hero pool.
Yeah. And then the only counterfeiting, the only counter position is Luban. So,
Oh.
and we have
Easy
Lumba.
baby.
Yeah.
Tom, why you do this? Why you do this? You break the line.
Exactly. Why?
You break the line.
So we have Lumba, and then
Concert Yu.
Yu. And then they got Huang Zhong. So Huang Zhong, I thought Dovi will pick Huang Zhong out, but now Huang Zhong actually got picked by PE.
Yeah, and that's some of those small stats that PE did, because they first picked out this Luba master to create the environment to let them to take out this Huang Zhong, because it's really hard for DE to separately take this Huang Zhong, because Huang Zhong is really immobile. He relied a lot on Luba master's second ability, let him to get away of a lot of surroundings.
And I think somehow the threats that can presented to Huang Zhong is from Huang Zhaojun and then from Xiaohoudun.
If DE, they are coming up quite well, and they can use their tankiness, because actually they got double tanks, right? They got this Xiaohoudun, they got this Lambert, so they can just swoop away a lot of hurdles and just directly aiming at this Huang Zhong, and let main to come in, flash in, and drag him back or kick him back, combined with some decent combos, and let them to get deal on this Huang Zhong.
Yep, and ladies and gentlemen, we are now in the third match of tonight between DE and PE, and with DE on the blue side and PE on the red side. So let's look forward for this game, especially with two teams like both familiar and somehow still strange towards each other.
Yeah, the most unfamiliar strangers. The most familiar strangers.
Yeah, most familiar stranger.
Yes.
So let's see. And I think like from the previous tournaments, probably this game will end up like, within 8 or 10 minutes.
That was all quick games, and let's see DE take their first movement, try to play more aggressively, try to take down this top 4, because we know that actually they got lower health and they appear in groups, so it has a quite high efficiency for you to take it off, and nice reward.
Yep, to be honest, like when Yixing got level 2, some of the teams, when they normally use Yixing, will go straight to the farm lanes to help out with the ADC players.
Yeah, but this time, since we can see Lambert was always roaming around the riverside, providing DE enough vision control, so it's really hard for Yixing to rotate at the bottom lane. And on the other side, PE just tried to play the classic duel, right? But Master always keep his eyes on this Huangzhong, make sure that he's gonna be really safe.
Yep, and see, you know, not much things has been done on the front lane, and pretty much everyone is trying to play slow and conservatively.
Yeah, I mean, like, this game seems to just pull me out of that kind of intensive mood. Because,
last
like,
game.
yeah, the last game, like, the SD really set the bars really high.
Yep.
And everyone would just be like, what? That's so crazy! That's insane! And suddenly, when PE play against DE, everyone just slowed down a little bit.
Yep, exactly. And basically, you know, the wording that we can use is very much from holy moly to okay, right, let's see.
Okay, right. Peaceful opening. That went quite well. And that was the first blood goes to PE because they find out that Lumber was going really deep to help his team to gaining the vision control.
Yep.
So PE just catch the moment.
And you know, to choose Yixing in the very beginning is actually quite good for PE, is because as we know, Yixing actually, you know, we can consider him like Yixing got a second life in the very beginning of the phase, so you know, Yixing can play a bit more aggressively.
Oh, nice combo! Drag this Zhao Jun back. Zhao Jun's flash is not available, so Tom just standing inside of Zhao Jun's ulti and did that a basic attack.
Yep. So you know, to see PE play in this kind of manner is actually quite surprising, because back in the previous game, PE was actually very, you know, close in interverse to themselves, but this time they're actually playing quite proactively.
And also, like, PE in another tournament, actually the ranking wouldn't be that kind of top. They will actually secure the 4th place in that tournament. So this time I would say they polished a little bit more about their pace and also about their coordination. So every single step that PE is taking now is solely on purpose. They know that what they want, they know that what they need, so they're just gonna go for it.
And you can see how steady they are during this during the game.
Yeah, they try to play in a safe but steady way to snowball the game.
Yep. And unfortunately, Xiaohoudun cannot secure their own blue buff, and then the blue buff is now on the hand of Zhao Huizhen.
And even worse is for Console Yu. It seems like everyone just aiming at this Console Yu. Yixing just using his Synco second ability got him another kill. And Huangzhong even got a tower dive. Oh, come on, Tom. You're on the red side, Tom.
Oh my god.
He's just going to be a little bit overcommitted. And but DE, still they are being the underdog at the part.
Yeah, and for P, they actually need to be a bit more careful to the clash lane, because what happened is for Mayane is actually trying to, you know, do something like make something happen on the clash lane.
We mentioned about how important Mayane would be in this game because he needs to take the role to play as an assassin to do something on this Huangzhong. And again, like for Tom, that tower dive, you know, he even break his ulti, just sit down there, being immobile, make himself at home on the blue side.
Under the turrets of the blue of the opposite side. Oh my god! And you see on the top, you know, if Mayane can make something happen, then it will be a bit more advantageous for DE. However, we can see the Huangzhong is actually in a very good gold lead with 4,000 gold.
And now they're sending all those minion waves into the mailing tower and take down the mailing tower. Well, everything went so steadily. Great. Wow, to PE, and another great initiation. Grab back the jungler from DE has been taken down. And now everyone is aiming at this Mayane. Mayane might be great to play as an assassin, but she definitely can't shoulder up the responsibility to clean up all those waves.
And then almost 7 minutes in the game, the two of the the second tier tower of the confront lane has already been teared down by Huang Zhong, by Tong, and then they're trying to get their very best to tear down the tier 2 towers in the mid lanes, and then also start with a team fight.
That was some details that was happening, because we can see the Byron came from the rear and tried to block away all of those enemies to build up the environment to let Tom to take down the tier 2 tower. And he has been taken extremely low when he tried to flash away. It was Swami tosses his chain, break his ulti, and smite on that Byron to got that last right.
Yep. So those I think those actions were actually the improvements he made after the previous tournament. So we do see the efforts they made during this game.
I mean, like, it's really surprising that I'm seeing that PE operating the game.
Yeah.
Actually, they're not trying to, you know, really rushing to engage something, and instead of doing that, actually they're trying to make sure that Tom is going to be safe, and they are just constantly pushing forward in a safe way.
Exactly. And we can see Huang Zhong, it took two players out, like Huang Zhou and then Huang Zhaojun. Zhaojun is gone.
Well, it says the back liner has been cleaned up by PE. It's gonna be the great choice for PE to take all of those neutral monsters and clean up all those jungles in the opposite side. So maybe the dragon's gonna be under control of PE, and for DE, while Concert E would be really painful in this game, because Concert E would be one of those marksmen need long time to farm up.
Yep.
Yeah, she's still got a long way to go.
And it's like 2,000 goal lead between Huang Zhong and Concert Yu. It's very difficult for her to you know, to stay in a positive way.
Yeah, I mean, like 2,000 goal lead goes over to Huang Zhong. That's too much. That's too much. And let's see, like Swami tosses his shoes again, try to get a control of those backlaners from PE. But PE, due to the goal difference, actually they tried to do some nice counter attack, and Zhao Huijun just breaks his ulti, as his noble damage should be put on this Zhao Huijun, so the damage down by his ulti won't be that enough.
So you see, we do know why DE chose Huang Zhaojun is to present like a threat to Huang Zhong. However, Huang Zhong is actually staying under the ulti of Huang Zhaojun's snow, and then having fun playing with the cannon tower. So you know, that is the advantages done by the goal leads, and then now we can see it's more than 6,000 goal leads now.
And one thing when you're trying to play this Huang Zhong duel, the best thing for you is that once you form it out peacefully, there's no way to stop this Huang Zhong in the mid lane game. Yeah. It's really hard, because we mentioned about this a warrior patch, right? This is a warrior and tank patch, and we know that the best thing for those warriors and tanks is doing this melee fight. But we can see how long attacking range that Huang Zhong got once he breaks his ulti and sit down. It's really hard for DE to get access to approach this Huang Zhong. Not even mentioned too, he's under the protection provided by this Luban Master. So Huang Zhong would be a really tricky hero for DE to deal with, especially in the mid lane game.
Yep, and now PE is seems like they want to secure the second the Tyrant, and they already got the Shadow Overlord. So probably with 2 dragons above on top of them, they can actually push in a more consecutive way, and then to get this game on their hand within 15 minutes.
They can just manage all 3 lanes to arriving at the high ground tower simultaneously, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. We can clearly see it from the mini map. And for DE, we can see they try to do some push, right? They try to send their confront laners to clean up the vanguards on the top. And from the mini map, we can see like PE actually they already foresee what DE want to do. So due to their prediction, actually they already rotate in units and try to do some ganks on this mine lane.
Yep, and a timeout called by the blue side, which is DE, and not sure what happened. So probably they can, make some adjustments during the game and see whether they can actually fight back PE in the later stage of this game.
True, because actually, the thing that when you're playing against PE is kind of like you got that kind of strength, you want to fight, but you can't find any kind of hole, or there's no there's no windows open for you, sorry, to let you to catch the moment to do something at that Hangzhou.
Hangzhou is very much invincible at the moment.
Yeah.
With such a good protections provided by Luban Master. And also you see due to the goal difference, the damage from DE is actually very minor to put on PE's any heroes. So for DE, probably they need to stay for, if they can hold on to the game for another 3 to 4 minutes, probably they can achieve some difference. However, like with the Shadow Vanguards coming with in 3 lanes, probably it's quite difficult for them to hold on to the high ground towers.
And that's something to do with the hero choice for DE as their marksman. That would be the Console Yu. What you're just talking about is the main problem for this hero, and that's the reason why Console would be that prevalent in this patch, because it's too slow, it needs long time to farm up, and also Console Yu, she do not have that kind of burst damage. I mean, like, we just do simple mathematics, right? You take out that Lady Sun, you take out that Console Yu, both heroes need long time to farm up. But if it goes to the late game, Lady Sun can do immense burst damage, right?
Like enormous damage.
Yeah, and also the flexibility, the mobility that Lady Sun has allows she to escape away from a lot of surroundings. However, on the other side, for Console Yu, still need the equal time to farm up, but the basic damage totally won't be enough, especially in this warrior patch.
Right, so we back to the game and to see what the confront lanes will be like, because we have 2 of the Shadow Vanguard is coming, pushing onto the high ground tower, and we can see the cannons laid by Huang Zhong and having a huge damage.
Triple kill, Huang Zhong, that is what he got. And with this triple kill, now PE is solely on slot. They're keeping pushing forward, and the first matchup victory goes to PE.
Congratulations to PE, and this is what we have mentioned, like the efforts they have made, and also probably they have done a lot of summaries, and also check out the review and the backstage videos of DE. So probably they have done their homework. They have done their homework, and this is the victory belongs to them.
They definitely dedicated themselves in this 1 month into this game. Because I'm really surprised about the pace that they're operating this game. Because some teams, they do want to play safely, they do want to play reactively, but once they got enough money, they just can't be that kind of decisive to close out the game. However, when we are watching the game that PE is playing right now, they also play in a quite safe way in the early game. But they do have their own purpose, right? They have quite a clear execution towards their comp. They know that the reason why they try to play conservatively is basically because they try to let Huang Zhong to be fat, to feed him up, to make sure that he can be fully decked out. And the main purpose is just that Huang Zhong to close out the game in the mid game. And that's the reason why I'm really surprising about the pace, the smooth pace that PE are playing right now.
Absolutely, like the experience PE got from the previous tournaments actually taught them a lot. So probably in the future, the games coming up, we can see how PE is operating the overall gameplay. But also talking about DE, as we see, like the reason they pick on Console Yu is because the mobility in the beginning. However, like it takes a long time to farm, as you mentioned. And to be honest, I actually was thinking they probably would choose Marco Polo because it can actually provide a certain restrictions towards Huangzhong in the beginning stage.
Yeah, at least you can do a 1-1 trade in the late game. Let Marco Polo just outsee in, right? And do that 1-1 trade. And I do have that kind of feeling that the reason why DE is taking out this Kosu Yu is basically because of Kosu Yu's second ability. Allow this hero to play defensively. But the problem is, you know, there's a balance on the map. Once you try to, you know, let your farm lane to play defensively, that also means you need to strengthen up your top laner. But we can see when Main is playing against Byron definitely will win the upper hand. It's something to do with the heroes, with the abilities, with the power that those heroes have. So that's the draft that PE did, which helped them to win the upper hand from the KAW.
So we have congratulations to Pegasus with Yixing to be the MVP of the very first game and the KDA 407. Brilliant.
Yeah, we mentioned about like in the early game it's because of the Lambert, right? Always standing in front of this Yixing, which kind of restrict him to roam, to rotate ups and downs. However, when it comes to those chaotic big engagement, the way that how he's using this Yixing to initiate and also cage in so many people, the accuracy was there.
Was very high.
Yeah.
Yep. And you know the play by Yixing actually, you know, he can actually find a very good timing to get into the team fight, and also as you mentioned, really good cagings towards the opposite side.
Yeah, like the ulti, and also he's not only use the ulti to cage in some person to engage, but also try to, you know, use those geographic complicated landforms, right, to block away all of those enemies, to let them just do not lay your hand on my marksman.
Yep, and cage in with Huangzhong and get off like a triple kill.
Get your hand off.
Yep. Hands off our ADC.
Yeah. So we can see actually Tom, he's just being protected quite well, right? Not only the mobility that offered by his support, the Aluba Master, but also those legs that's created by his mid laner.
Yep, so, you know, 1-0 now between PE and DE. So I still have my faith to say we probably will have like a one-on-one match tonight.
You're always expecting that kind of side to happen. Do you know,
exactly, you know?
KAW Season 1, the most frequent word or sentence that I was saying with Gaga was like, okay, this is gonna be the very first time that we're gonna see.
Yeah, right, okay. So let's continue this tradition. This is the very first time we are going to see.
Alright. Quote that again.
Yeah,
so
let's quote
the
that.
Tradition of our costas. Anyway, like for PE and DE, true. Like I do think that those level skills are quite equal. It's not like the last game that we're seeing. Like BSC is totally slotting the game. It's totally outplay the enemies. This time PE and DE is more like PE is just playing in quite a safe way.
Yeah. So we can see very much the style of game playing between DE and PE is like MAH and Fennel.
Oh,
so
yeah.
A very slow pace and then operating smoothly. But all of a sudden you have like a BSE. So I'm not sure how the whole Group B team will deal with BSE.
Yeah. I mean, like everyone would be shocked by BSE. Sorry, P and D again, but I really need to name BSE because I was shocked by their performance. And we were thinking about maybe Group B would have a lower skill level competing to those teams from Group A, right?
Yeah.
Because we know that the grouping rules was that the 7th and 8th teams from Season 1 and also plus another 4 new teams. So everyone would just, have those high expectations towards teams in Group A. No one actually really, keep their faces in Group B, but BSE. I'm having my deep faith towards this team.
Yeah, it's like out of expectation. But anyway, like back to the ban pick. We do see Luban Master and Zhao Huaizhen has been banned by PE, and then Daqiao continuously with the bans on support heroes. So
wow,
then,
鬼谷子.
Ooh, 鬼谷子. So, well, this I don't really see that much, 鬼谷子 picked out by KAW somehow.
Yeah,
Am I right?
I mean, like the last finals when Impunity played against Nova, Impunity utilized that Greguzi to take 1 point back. Anyway, I think like the thing that really surprised me is that PE, the last game, we know that they're kind of operating the game, right? They're kind of into that slow mood, but this time, once they take out this Greguzi, actually the base, the atmosphere has already settled that they're gonna gank a lot. They're gonna seize a lot of like chances and try to constantly suffocate their enemies. So it's kind of like those complicated contrasts that I can see from PE.
And if they got Guiguzi, yeah, exactly. If they have Guiguzi, they really need some AoE damage heroes, just like Wang Zhaojun. And the thing is that what I worry about PE by this pick is that, as you said, like if you use Guiguzi, we have an expectation of the pace for the game. However, if the game pulls like the strength, the length of the game pulls beyond 8 minutes, probably the advantages can be made by Guiguzi will not be as obvious as in the beginning phase.
Yeah, just take Impunity as an example because from yesterday's matchup when Impunity play against Nova, they take out this Guiguzi again, try to make the same story happen. But we can see from the mini map that before 8 or 10 minutes, there's nothing that Guiguzi can do because like there's a small details that in this patch actually the mid lane has been widened a little bit. So that also means the vision would be really hard for you to vie for. When you're playing this Guiguzi, you really need to hide your vision. But since everyone just got those kind of awareness towards this hero, towards this miracle making hero, so everyone just checking those bushes again and again. And due to this kind of adjustment that we made towards this patch, it's going to be even much more harder for Guiguzi to find those chance to complete the gank.
Yep, and for the second round of ban picks from DE, they banned Arta and then Xiahou. So in this way, they can prevent PE select some of the really tanky heroes to help with Guiguzi.
Yeah, they need some tanky frontliner, and also they already complete the combo, right? The Wang Zhaojun that you mentioned, the second ability, led them to complete the combo. So it's basically because about how easy Baby's gonna carry the team about the pace. And for DE, we can see DE kind of just slow down. DE just go for those meta picks, take it all in, right? And once they take out this Garo, again, Garo needs time to farm up, but Garo's gonna deal great damage, then cause the E, which they selected in game 1.
Well, it really depends on how PE can actually present much more threats to Garo in the beginning. If like Garo can be suppressed down, then things will be a lot more smoother for PE.
So the question would be like, how they're gonna suppress this Garo? First, PE take out this Gongsun Li and try to gain themselves the winning lane, try to do some poking damage towards this Garo, but that's totally not enough. That's gonna be the rotation that Wang Zhaojun should be made, and also Guiguzi's ambush will let them to succeed to get access on this Garo.
And to select Donghuang Taiyi to be the support support of DE, the concern that I have is that it might not be present as that much protective mechanism to Garo at the back, because like for Donghwan can only, you know, suck on one particular hero. But if you look at Nakaruro, you look at Gong Sun Li, and then you look at Mayane, you know, you can only pick one. So how can, you know, Garo deal with the later damage presented by other players is a question that we have to bear in our mind.
True. I totally agree with you, because the option is widely open for Donghwan Taiyi, and that's gonna cause some tricky things, and also the timing that when he's gonna break his ulti to lock someone down matters a lot, because the burst damage should be come up instantly and take at least one cooldown and complete that 1-1 trick.
So if like Donghwan all of a sudden uses ulti and then got his hand on Gui Guzi, then Garo will be gone. Disappeared.
True.
Vanished. Yeah.
He should play in a more like protective role.
Yeah. So Donghwan helping out with the mid lane as usual, but wow!
Second ability, Plastic Frozen, and his first ability.
That is the first blood in 40 seconds.
Oh my god, I almost thought that this game would happen exactly as the match 1, right? Because it seems like both teams try to slow down a little bit, and not even mention to actually Mengxi plus this Donghwan Taiyi would be really powerful in the early game.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, like, how does Zhao Jun could land this Frozen on both Giro at the same time?
Like, that was amazing. And in this way, you know, it's very difficult for Kai in this way, because all of a sudden there is no red buff for him, and that is very difficult for him to get to level 4.
Let's take a replay. First of all, we can see the detail is that Zhao Jun got the priority to upgrade to level 2 because he cleaned up the minion waves faster than Donghwan and also Shimongxi. And that's the detail. Led PE to break the balance, and even this time force out Donghwan Taiyi's flash.
And in this way, before Donghwan Taiyi got to level 4, like he won't have a flash to present as a threat.
Wow, the opening set from PE, I would say it was quite good, and that's gonna be a solo. Slayer K played this main in quite a shrewd way.
Like Galaxia to use Charlotte is actually a familiar hero for him.
Yeah.
But to be honest, at the moment, unfortunately, Gui Guzi came out from a blur.
I even can feel the frustration coming out from a Galaxia. That was really close, and now the balance has been broken again. PE just constantly get into the red buff side and take another kill.
Oh my god, like, I feel sorry for Kai, you know, ever since started of the game, he has no idea with where is my red buff.
Swami was solely like, why I'm the one to be hurt again and again. Like, it's you, Charlotte, tried to do the solo and you didn't complete that. Oh my god, another combo!
Wow, that is brilliant. Shimengxi plus Huang Zhaojun, that, you know, this is not what we have, like, this is not the PE we used to know.
Yeah, this is totally not the PE we used to know, and also this is not the PE that we see from match 1.
Absolutely.
And I would say maybe this is a real PE. Like, they play like a sheep from match 1, right? They play like a sheep, gentle, and play in a gentle way, try to slow down, try to warm up, but it seems like they just fake it. And this time they play like the wolves.
Oh my god, once again.
Drag it back. And now it's gonna be the time for Kaida. Kyra Kaiser has been irritated. He said like, okay, you guys need to stop it. You guys shouldn't be that overrated.
But the thing is that, you know, we know that, you know, by selecting Ryu that he would really want to hold on to the rhythm of the game. But we didn't know that they would play so aggressive like this. And just see like Garo is gone.
Yeah.
Vanished, as we mentioned.
I mean, and again, they jumped right into the blue buff and grabbed this blue buff away. Poor Kaiser. Kaiser was just being there, cleaning out the top lane waves. He didn't know that his blue buff had just been grabbed away.
Yeah. There is no no relation between Kai and blue and red buff at all in this game.
And I mean, DE is kind of lost right now in the game because they didn't expect that so many things would happen at the same time on all three lanes. And it's not about the lanes, but also in the jungle. Like, there's too many things for DE to deal with, right? There's too many things.
Basically, like, DE is out of hand. Like, they don't know which lane or which part to actually consider. You see, there is another combo chain.
Beautiful combo, I would say, like for PE. Like the synergy between their mid laners and also their support was really tight. And here comes Nakamura, try to spook down, and Zhao Jun has just been unstoppable.
Yeah, and you know, Zhao Jun, like Pegasus using Zhao Jun, I have never imagined the accuracy of Zhao Jun in the game.
Yeah.
Like, basically, it is over 90% of accuracy, like for the combo chains.
And also, what really impressed me is that we know that PE compared to their lineups in other tournaments, actually the only player that has been changed would be the mid laner. Because it was all high in the previous lineup, and this time Pegasus would be the one to play as a mid laner. But we can see not only because of his own mechanics and his confidence, but also the synergy between him and Easy Baby.
Yes.
The combo was really smooth and beautiful. And another gang, 12 against 0. Are they trying to replay the statistics that VSE play against Blood?
Oh my god, my goodness, it's almost like almost 10k of goal lead.
That's huge gap.
Like 7 minutes 10k goal lead. You know, you don't see that often in a game like this, in matches like this.
And due to this goal difference, the mid lane tower is just gonna be an easy take, and also the tower dive should be an easy dive. And here comes mid lane, try to kick this Garo backjack. Garo just vanished from the skirmish.
Yeah, it's like vanish in the thin air.
Yeah.
And did you see like, you know, we thought Donghuang Taiyi can make a difference. However, it's like Pegasus froze Donghuang Taiyi, and then before Donghuang Taiyi got out of the froze, and then Easy Baby controlled Donghuang Taiyi again, and then Donghuang Taiyi is gone.
Yeah, so again, we really need to put the mid laner and support on the spotlight from PE side, because the synergy is really tight, and it's always going to be a 3-1 gang, just like in this one. And Nakamura got himself the killing spree, and they're now trying to manage the wave. I guess the mid laner just going to be the mid tower, just going to be the next target.
Yeah, like Laura, 8 minutes mark, 17-0.
Yeah, I know. And the goal difference is just being so significant. It's really hard for DE to fight back.
Yeah, like 10k. I like, obviously, I don't want to say that, but what can DE do? You know, they just cannot stop PE with their pace.
And again, pressures on MAH and Battle. They just saw another Dark Horse one. And I, to be honest, you know, personally, I really want to see PE play against BSC.
Yeah, me too. Oh, gee. Oh, sorry. I'm not going to say that, but God.
that's gonna be 11,000 goal lead goes over to PE.
11,000. Then I'm not sure whether PE really wants to do that, but it seems like they want to, maintain a zero death before ending the game.
They try to resurrect the same thing that
Oh, that is a flash
BSE did.
wasted.
Yeah, I know, and that's gonna be the nice moment for them to catch that one. I mean, for Killian, definitely he wants to utilizing his ulti, try to make something happen, try to bring something back. But now it's gonna be the PE because they already take down that one Tai, make an open window for themselves, and they just take Doofy again. Poor Doofy just been aiming at constantly, and now 919 got himself the triple.
And then 10 minutes mark, 21-0. It's like DE owned by PE in this game.
They already surpassed the record that BSE take. And now they're sending the Vanguard in. It's just like it's gonna be the time for them to close out the game. There's no way to stop this Nakaruru since this Nakaruru already got several hats in his hand.
Yeah, and the smoothness is unbelievable. It's like once they got tier 2 turrets out, and then immediately Guiguzi used the ulti, and then they moved to the clash lane, and then finish Charlotte immediately.
And I would say PE is kind of tricked DE. Because from game 1 we said like PE is really like slow, playing with a slow pace, right? They farm out peacefully, and that's the reason why for this rock scene actually DE tried to play proactively. They take out this Shimonshi, they take out this Kaida, they take out this Dongwon Tai. They didn't imagine that PE would go into such a fast pace. And now we can see player K is trying to ambush, and DE tried to fight for this Dark Tyrant. They won't let you to get this again. Kaiser finally he reclaimed the Dark Tyrant. But the problem is we can see PE get a really nice setup. They take down an ace. You can reclaim this Dark Tyrant, but I just send you as a gift. You will pay it with your life. PE take this ace and sending in all of those bangers. I think this would be it because it's still the time for DE, all of those members to get back to life. So again, 2-0 win goes over to PE.
And this is out of our imagination, and then that was not the PE we used to know.
Yeah.
Let's see, let's look forward for the games between PE and then BSE.
I just can't wait for it. It's gonna be really messy, A lot of things that can be seen when these two teams play against each other.
There are so much surprises tonight,
Yeah. That's
Group
why I'm
B,
really excited to cast Group B.
Yeah, Group B. We know we have 4 new teams, right? And then we know that we got the rank number 7 and number 8 from last season to put together as a Group B, but we never noticed, or we never been imagined there are 2 dark horses in this group.
Yeah, and I think that's the magic, that's the charm of esports. You never know it. You never know it.
Yeah. Alright, I am once again, I don't know what to say, and then I just look forward for the future games.
Alright.
Froze. I feel like I have been froze by Huang Zhaojun.
I have been silenced by Da Xiao.
Yeah, silenced by Da Xiao. But tonight, I think it is it is actually as you mentioned, the charm of esports. Everything can be possible within the tournament, and then we don't really know whether who will actually become the championship of each season.
And I do believe that because we know that our new format just let our 12 teams be grouping into different groups, Group A and Group B. And before today's matchup, before today's match day, I believe that Group A, all of those teams just gonna concentrate in on their own fights. They wouldn't pay much attention to Group B, I guess, right?
Yep.
Because they're just fully dedicated in their own fights, and because they're really familiar with each other. They do not worry about the rankings. They do not worry about their points, since it's still being the early stage in our regular season round 1. But I do believe after today's matchup, after today's incredible performance offered by BSE and also PE. Yeah,
Yes.
those teams, they need to be worried about Group B. They shouldn't lower their guard. They should, fully respect those teams.
Yep, and once again, MVP goes to Pegasus. Like, well played, brilliant performance with all the skill sets that used by as like a wonderful, like outstanding, talented mid laner.
Yeah. Again, another
yeah.
mid laner which impressed us tonight.
Yep.
And we can watch the replay again. The detail is that actually Zhao Jun got the priority to get the level 4, so he got extra ability competing to Shimongxi, and also the accuracy and the way that how he's using his ulti to block away all of those enemies, and also just shred down all those HP bars, providing those AoE damage.
Yep, absolutely. And you see how proactive Huang Zhaojun is, like during the whole game, like running all the ways from top to bottom. So, this is the what we call like outstanding performance of a
Totally.
big laner.
Yeah, indeed. PE totally just outplayed DE in this game, especially for game 2.
Yep. And I feel very sorry to plunk Leon with Donghua Taiyi because he has, never, suck on anybody.
Actually, we can see like he had several nice try, but it was too late for him to do that counter attack. That goal difference was significant, and we know that Donghua Taiyi need to rely on his HP bar. Which is kind of related to his own items. And how you're gonna build up your item without money, right?
Exactly.
It's not realistic.
So it's like back in the games, like 9 minutes with 10Ks, 10,000s of goal lead. Donghua Taiyi is really in the downwind.
Yeah.
So very unfortunate. And also we probably can see a really good battle between Pegasus and Zhihong during the mid lane.
You're just setting up all those bars really high, You're just trying to tease in a little bit and trying to let our own audience to be like held in such a high expectation.
Exactly. And then,
I see you. Those tricks.
But the thing is that we have to continue our tradition once again, because we don't have a tie.
Yeah. Okay.
Shall
we witness the very first time when PE play against BSE? Let's wait and see.
Yeah, exactly. Let's wait and see about that. And I think the improvements made by PE is just outstanding. It's out of our imagination, and we have never expected a team can play so well, like within like a month of training. So I think they actually, I do believe they have learned and spent a lot of time in viewing a lot of gameplays within KPL.
True. There's a saying that what you see off the camera, what you see on the screen, definitely need a lot of efforts to be put in. That will help you. Wow, just classic old saying, practice makes perfect, right? Just take PE as an example, because like 1 month ago when we saw PE playing, we was just like, okay, they're quite good. But it's not that kind of impressive, to be honest.
Exactly. So basically it's from good to amazing. So,
Yeah.
like
The
a
level,
huge step.
yeah, the level of West is totally different.
Yeah, but like, but this is why we are so excited. All those surprises from Group B. I have never expected that.
Yeah, and also I am really glad that to seeing all of those progress that can be made from all of those players.
Yep, and then once again we have the after play interview.
So this is your first time in KAW, right? How do you feel about it?
Oh, we feel great. It's fun to play with other teams from different regions. We get to learn a lot from other teams. So yeah, it feels like it's a very good experience for us, and it's
Okay.
very enjoyable too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the next question will be, do you have any goals in this season?
In first season, we are not looking for any specific goal. We're just trying to improve, and we're trying to learn from other teams and regions. And yeah, that's all. We don't have any specific goal. Even like topper will be great, but yeah, we are taking
Okay.
this as a learning experience.
Okay. Okay, so thank you. Thank you. So this is
Thank you.
our very quick interview.
And you see, that's why we like esport players. They have a lot of rooms to improve, and then also they can, learn from each other.
And I do like the way that he's saying that it's okay to say that we do not have specific goals in this tournament because your biggest enemy would definitely be yourself.
Yep.
So every single improvement count for them, and also they're trying to utilizing our tournament to help them to get a higher level. And I do like that kind of mindset, the kind of humbleness.
Like all these improvements and also lessons that they can learn can actually help them for their future games, even as long as probably in the later KIC stages. So I do think DE, they still got a chance to fight back, so they can do their summary and also to review on today's game. Just as he said, a lot of room for improvement. So a good blessings to them.
Yeah, and since you mentioned about the KIC, we do need to highlight this again because though we still got a long way to go because it's only day 2 in our season 3 KAW, but the champion of our KAW season 2 will directly be qualified to go into 2023 Honor of Kings International Championship wildcard qualifier.
Exactly. So, a huge temptation.
Yeah.
Like a temptation and driven force like within them. So I think for all the teams, they can, even though we have a really good prize like a award pool, like a prize pool, but at the end, what is the most important is the lessons they can learn from the game and also the experience they can gain from like each other.
Yeah, and since we are casting Group B's matchup for today, and I would say we are doing single round robin for stage 1 in regular season, and there's only 6 teams in each group in individual group, so they will have 5 games in total, and they already finished their very first game. Also means they were going to have 4 games lost, and that's going to be precious chances for them to gain more points because only the top 2 teams in Group B will have the qualification about attending that promotion and relegation to compete with those like teams from Group A.
Yes, so coming up with the games tomorrow, like every day we will have different games. So I know to our players and also our team members, they can be very tiring. So this is also more like a challenge for them and a on-time, on-site training, in-game training for them. So I think they can like hold on to it and definitely they can receive a lot.
And also, like, our format changed a little bit because we're now currently doing the best of 2, right? And
Yes.
once it goes to our promotion and relegation, we're gonna do best of 5 all around band pick. And when we dive right into the second stage of our regular season, we're gonna do that best of 2 again. But once we jump into our playoffs, best of 5 again, and the finals would be best of 7. So you can see like the format change again and again, and a lot of back and forths can be seen from the format, and the way that you're doing the draft, due to different games, it's gonna be totally different.
Yep, and I think this is also a good thing because, like, for esport players, they need to be really flexible.
Ah,
So,
yeah.
yeah, so you have to get used to BO2, and then all of a sudden you have to adapt to BO5. So all the strategies can be changing all the time, and this is why it is also a very good way for them to adjust to some of the really a quite changeable manner in the future.
Yeah, and also it's because our arrangement is quite high intense. Like comparing to season 1, when we were doing season 1, we only got double round robin in our regular season, and we only got 10 teams at that time, and the playoffs would be 6 out of 10. But this time, since we do have our grouping, and for example, like MAH and also Fano, they do not have the qualification to attending the playoffs in season 1. So definitely they're going to be really pity, feel really pity about that miss. And this time, the first thing for teams in Group B is to vie for the ticket to attending that promotion and relegation, because only that you can make sure that you're gonna be in Group A in round 2 in our regular season will make sure that you're gonna secure the position to attending to the playoffs.
So also for a lot of international viewers, we would like to say please download the game and then to enjoy the game, and then you can actually learn quite a lot of Chinese history within
True.
Honor of the Kings. And also sometimes if you use the hero, you know about something about the background of the hero, you can actually use it better in a way. So you know, Honor of the Kings is actually a very good game, and then a game you're not just playing but also you can learn a lot. So the game is improving, and I believe with every batch of improvements and optimizations, it will actually be very suitable for international players to play with.
Oh, I do like this kind of introduction.
Yeah, like love and peace
I can
to Honor
feel
of the
like the
Kings.
love, right?
Yeah.
The love in our game. Yeah, highly recommended. It's
Yes.
really nice game. So I hope you guys
right.
enjoy it.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. That's gonna be our results for today's matchups, and again, all end up with a 2-0. So again, we're gonna quote our old saying: which team will complete the very first tie in our season 2 in KAW?
Absolutely. I look forward for the first tide. So, you know, with the game like with today's game, very intensive, and also like to thank all our fans and viewers, like from home and abroad, and hopefully everyone can follow up with the games between Group A and Group B. So to check on some of the international players, and also how they are actually managing to adapt towards this game. And we can see the board now. Nova, SZ and RCG are actually in the lead in Group A, and then for Group B, MAH, PE and BSE, they are in the leading place for Group B at the moment. But anything can happen, as Nora says, this is esports.
Yeah, you never know. And for our MVP ranking, we can see Autumn and also Sadness from Scars and RCG, and also Hua from MH. They got exactly the same times about claiming that MVP title. So actually, they're now being the first place.
Yep. And then for players like we have Pegasus, and then Nova from Nova like Air, Yan, and then BSC Zhong, and then from BSC Zhe. So they all received MVP during the game, and hopefully we can see their future performance. And coming up for tomorrow, we have the games between Nova, RCG, IMP with KG, and also SC with RTZ. So that is back to Group 1 again, and Group B's teams can actually have a rest.
Yeah, so tomorrow we're gonna jump back to Group A, and I do believe that from the very first previous matchups, every team, they definitely just being warmed up and well prepared for the next challenge, right, for their future plays. So I guess tomorrow's matchup is going to be really, really nice and amazing.
Yep, I'm looking forward to that, and a lot of surprises from Season 2 KAW, and I think we will just have a lot more surprises coming up.
Yeah, and also take one day off for Group B. These teams gonna be have such a great relief because they can just do some research and watch some reviews, replays about their own playing, and try to polish themselves a little bit. And also since we've got 4 new faces, 4 new teams, and 2 dark horses.
Dark horses, yeah.
Yeah, so I know that a lot of efforts should be made by all of those teams in both in Group A and Group B.
Yep, they have to pinpoint out the exact moment, because what happened is within I think any MOBA game, especially in Honor of the Kings, all this the timing is really important, and they have to know which time and what they have to do, what action they have to take, how to secure their own blue buff and red buff, and then how to ambush in other opposite sides bush lands. So I think a lot of things need to be done, and then a lot of revisions. Those teams, especially the teams which lost today, they have to do that immediately.
And also, for teams in Group A, they do have higher expectations, right? Everyone just holding such a high expectations on teams in Group A. So today just gonna be a one day off for them. Tomorrow, actually yesterday's performance, I wouldn't say that's impeccable, right? They still got a lot of things to polish. They still need to watching and be careful about those minor mistakes. I really hope that tomorrow they can bring us something new, and they can bring us some kind of momentum or experience that we're looking forward to seeing.
Yep. And ladies and gentlemen, this is today's game in Season 2 KAW, and hopefully you can enjoy, and also, as I mentioned, please download our game and enjoy the game.
Yeah, so that's gonna be today's match updates, and thank you guys for keeping watching us via the live stream, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.
See you tomorrow.